2022 regular council meeting. Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That sounded a little bit more normal, all those voices behind us. That's great. Very good. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
And Mayor Rouse.
Here. Very good. And I believe we have some ceremonial items. Would you read those, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 1, National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, April 10th through the 16th, 2022. Item 2, National Poetry Month, April 2022. And item 3, Employee Recognition Service Award pins.
Very good. And Madam Administrator, are there people here to receive each of these items?
Mayor Rouse, yes, they are.
Okie dokie. We'll start out with the National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. I'm still new at this. All right, very good. It's National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, April 10th through 16th, 2022. Whereas emergencies that require police, fire, or emergency medical services can occur at any time, and whereas when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of the first responders is critical to the protection of life and the preservation of property, and whereas the safety of our police officers and firefighters is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of the information obtained from citizens who telephone the City of Santa Barbara's Combined Communications Center, and whereas public safety telecommunicators are the first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services, and whereas public safety telecommunicators are the single vital link for our police officers and firefighters by monitoring their activities by radio, providing them information, and ensuring their safety. And whereas public safety telecommunicators of the City of Santa Barbara's Combined Communications Center have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, suppression of fires, and treatment of patients. And whereas each dispatcher has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of his or her job in the past year, now, therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the Mayor of City Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim April 10th through 16th, 2022 to be National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in Santa Barbara in honor of the men and women whose diligence and professionalism keep our city and citizens safe. Thank you. Would you like to say a few words, Chief?
Mayor Rouse, and member of council, it's my pleasure to introduce to you two of our dispatch supervisors who are the senior leaders in that Combined Communications Center the Mayor mentioned, Ms. Lorena Renteria and Ms. Katie Hausnick. Lorena has been with the department for over 20 years. She's been a trainer and a supervisor, and she is the first civilian from the police department to graduate from the, Supervisor Leadership Institute Class 457 in March of this year. And Ms. Hausnick is a tactical dispatcher. She's currently the only one, which means that when there are SWAT or tactical operations, she actually operates from the command center and coordinates a lot of high stress, high risk communications that take place. I do want to say that, and I'll let each of them hopefully say a couple of remarks. I didn't tell them they were going to do that, but hopefully it'll be okay. But I have to say that one of the things that's important to remember about dispatchers, telecommunications operators, is that for every every call that actually results in a police car or a fire apparatus being dispatched, the personnel that work in the communication center will answer the phone 7 times. It's a ratio of 7 to 1. So their public contact and the image that they present of both police and fire and public safety operations is invaluable. And what they do is very often unsung and unnoticed. And so this acknowledgement is very gratefully appreciated. And my thanks to you. Lorena and Katie, I don't know if you want to say anything, but say thank you.
We appreciate you guys taking the time to acknowledge the meaningful work that all the dispatchers do day in and day out.
Thank you, and thank you, Chief, and thank you, Chief Nails, for all their support as well. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, our next proclamation will be for National Poetry Month. Somebody here to come on up. Hi, Randy. So whereas the city of Santa Barbara is recognized as an arts hub, providing a home for diverse, talented community of writers, readers, and storytellers who seek to reflect and expand upon our understanding and compassion for ourselves and each other, and whereas since 1996, the Academy of American Poets has designated April as National Poetry Month to highlight the extraordinary achievements and ongoing legacy of American poets and increase the visibility and accessibility of poetry in our community. And whereas the city of Santa Barbara established a poet laureate position in 2005 to honor and uplift local literary excellence and the spoken word by utilizing poetry to celebrate and elevate the community. And whereas Santa Barbara Poet Laureate Emma Trellis Stewart, the appreciation and creation of poetry in the community through the curation and presentation of events and programs in the partnership with the Santa Barbara Public Library. Now therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, California, do hereby proclaim April 2022 as National Poetry Month in Santa Barbara and encourage community members to seek out local events and publish works that honor and celebrate poetry and poets. Would you like to say a couple of words, please?
Thank you, Mayor Randy Rouse and the City Council for the proclamation and for this important acknowledgement of all that poetry can offer our communities, which is a way of speaking and listening to one another, and also a place where we can honor our experiences and our cultures. I'd also like to thank Sarah York Rubin and her team at the Santa Barbara County Office of Arts and Culture for the care and value they give to the art of language. And mil gracias to everyone at the Santa Barbara Public Library for bringing poetry to the people through programs that include book clubs, guest speakers, reading series such as the Mission Poetry Series, poetry walks, poetry writing with the Library on the Go van, along with so many other vital services that support all of our Santa Barbara communities and beyond. The library has a special place in our lives, and I'm excited to continue collaborating with them as the Poet Laureate. I just have a very short poem to share with you today in honor of National Poetry Month, and it's one that I wrote for my husband, Mark Zaletsy, whose music and songwriting inspires my own creative work, as do the rich natural ecologies and landscapes of Santa Barbara, which are a big part of this poem too. It's called Sonnet for Mark. Now wakes a path between the oaks. Now falls a spell of dove and frog, and stones dream of their mountain clans, and each stick breaks to hear its name. Now light edges creek, and water appears as a quick coin trick, or silk pulled from a funnel of months, now behind us at last. And shade and sky fill the mirror, moving from next to next. Now, do you see there is no stillness to this world? Even in sleep, a seed is knitting its breach from the dark, and the body hums on the march to becoming less. And right now, words depart, then arrive, like a brush returning to a well of color. Thank you.
Oh, you did, I'm sorry. Thank you. At this point in time, we'd like to celebrate those employees who are celebrating anniversaries of service with the city. Starting with those serving 5 years, we have Peter Mickelson, Building Inspector in the Community Development Department, Brian Parsons, Police Officer, Police Department, Max Sanford, Police Officer, again, Police Department, Daniel Ochoa, Carpenter, Public Works Department, Paul Thompson, Water Distribution Operator Technician in Training, Public Works Department, Robert Johns, Water, Wastewater Maintenance Planner, Scheduler, Public Works Department, Waleed Derat, Automotive Equipment Technician, Parks and Recreation Department, Carlos Cornejo, Tree Trimmer 2, Parks and Recreation Department, Amado Hernandez, Custodian, Airport Department, Stephen Herrera, Airport Patrol Officer 2, Airport Department. With 15 years, we have Maria Hernandez, Accounting Assistant, Public Works Department. And here to accept his PIN with 25 years of service is Jan Martinez, Harbor Patrol Officer from the Waterfront Department.
Doesn't mean we're engaged. There you go. Okay, a native Barbareño, Jan Martinez began his career with the city of Santa Barbara in January 1996 with the title Harbor Patrol Crew for the Waterfront Department. In 1997, Jan was promoted to his current position of Harbor Patrol Officer, and Jan holds a U.S. Coast Guard 50-ton master's license with a commercial towing endorsement. He is also a certified emergency medical technician as well as a USLA certified lifeguard. Jan has performed hundreds of rescues at sea during his career and has saved countless lives in the process. He was part of the response team on the 1998 Stearns Wharf fire and has worked numerous boat fires as well. An excellent surfer, fisherman, swimmer, and boat captain, Jan is a traditional waterman in every sense of the word. His calm demeanor during times of crisis have earned him the field's highest of honors. In part for his heroic actions in saving a disabled victim at sea during a large storm, Jan was named Officer of the Year in 2005 by the California Boating Safety Officers Association. Jan's easygoing but firm presence as a law enforcement officer has successfully diffused many volatile situations, keeping the harbor safe for over 2 decades. Everyone seems to know Jan. His relationships with everyone from commercial fishermen to fellow first responders define the concept of 21st century community policing. Most harbor users either know someone who has been helped by Jan or have been helped themselves. Jan Martinez, on behalf of the City Council, your fellow Harbor Patrol officers and city employees, and the residents of Santa Barbara, it is my pleasure to honor you today for your exemplary 25-year career with the City of Santa Barbara and recognize your outstanding service to the city and our community. Congratulations, Jan.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is fantastic. I can't believe I turned a passion into a career with the City of Santa Barbara. I also want to thank my fellow Harbor Patrol officers. Our team operates at a very high standard, well-trained. I couldn't have gotten to 25 years without them, and they do a fantastic job. The people I work with and work for. Also, most importantly, I want to thank my support team at home, and that would be my wife and daughter. 25 years of shift work. They've endured a lot. Missed holidays, birthdays, school events. I just want to say thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Martinez. Okay, very good. Oh, Mr. Jordan, you have something new.
I don't know Jan, but one of the tragedies of the last 2 years is not having moments like this where we actually get to see even young-standing employees, but long-standing employees in front of us. And I just want to congratulate you and say this is certainly, you get the honor of being the first one back after a couple of years, which is an added honor. And I just can't tell you how good it is to see a face like yours, a face of your supporters in the back row, some of whom should hope to be up here in front of us in future years, I hope. And I'm so glad that we're back in person and we get to witness stuff like this. So, and congratulations, and now I have a face to a name. So.
Okay, well said, Mr. Jordan. Okay, Madam Administrator, any changes to the agenda?
No changes, Mayor Rouse.
Okay, we'll go to public comment. Hot dog, first, we have speaker slips the first time in how long? And what we'll do is we'll go with the in-person speakers first, and then we'll go to the online speakers if we have any, Mr. Clerk. My first speaker would be Denise Spangler-Adams. And you have 3 minutes at the dais.
Hi, I hope you're equally excited to see me back after 42 years of coming to your meetings. Anyway, it's nice to see all of you live and in person, having been watching you on Zoom. Those days I could figure it out. At age 69, I'm not tech savvy. But I had a couple things I wanted to raise today. My first thing quickly was the ordinance on the dangerous dogs. Some of you know and others don't. I was in a very serious auto accident because a driver preferred their dog over the stop sign. You may have seen it on the front page of the paper. The car flipped, my car was destroyed, and that ended my ability as a single person to live independently in my home and to manage my property because of injuries. But dogs belong in the back seat like a child in a car seat. And the man, right away, it's the dog. So when I read your ordinances, I was very interested. I think a lot of dog owners are dangerous. You know, it's really destroyed a lot of my life and how I live. But I came here today because tonight's going to be the first time the Santa Barbara Unified School District is back in session and allowing the public in. And I wanted to give a shout out to Representative Oscar Gutierrez because he's demonstrated again to me as a 42-year educational advocate that he cares about the status of students in this community. He was the only one of you who came to hear Dr. Malone speak at Chase Palm Park, who was born, raised, educated here, elementary school, junior high, high school. He's internationally famous. Your Parks and Recs department was outstanding, but none of you came except for Oscar Gutierrez. I think if you're going to be a community leader, it's very important for you to know what the other 50% think. So you know well what I think. I think that we are not doing our job educating 50% of our students here. I have long advocated this. Alejandra Gutierrez knows it. I really appreciate her job at Santa Barbara High and over at Franklin. But we have a lot of work to do. We are under 50% proficiency. It's online. But the good news is, for California, we are now back to our 50th percentile. We are now below Mississippi again, that pays their teachers $13,000 a year. Our teachers are paid $88,000 to $140,000 a year. But the problem's systemic. It's not the teachers. It's how we're structuring it. We have work to do. But if the city is going to be concerned about having a workforce, which is how I got involved with Santa Barbara City College in February of 1980. If we want to have a workforce, we better get on top of how we are educating our students, because otherwise we need to import them. So again, I thank Oscar Gutierrez for coming out, and I also thank Alejandra for everything on the east side. Every time I complain, you're responding, which is good. But we have things that we need to accomplish with the school district. I hope tonight people come out. I hope all of you will look online at how we're doing in our academics. And I think it's very important that we bring back vocational skills training and other opportunities so that every student, all students in this community have a chance to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Rodriguez is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and City Council. My name is Frank Rodriguez. I'm with CAUSE, the Central Coast Alliance United for a Sustainable Economy. Excited to be here in human form again, and not have to do this over Zoom. As you all know, we've been working on rent control here in Santa Barbara, especially from our leaders, who are mostly mothers in the east side and west side of Santa Barbara. And we started this campaign when they were evicted from the west side around 6 years ago, and hence started that Just Cause campaign, and really understood that in order to really protect and have the necessary safety nets to not continue to displace community members from here in Santa Barbara, the working class folks that make this city run, we need tenant protections that include rent stabilization, just cause eviction, and habitability enforcement. I'm here to talk at 2 p.m. because our leaders really wanted to do an action here at City Hall, outside at De La Guerra Plaza, but that's going to be until 5 p.m. when folks are getting out of work. But wanted to come here during public comment and to let y'all know that our leaders are really excited to continue the push for rent stabilization and making sure that we're fighting not for the tenant protection, not just of our Spanish-speaking base, but everybody that needs that here in Santa Barbara. So just want to let y'all know we're going to be out there, maybe outside when y'all are done, but just want to let y'all know that at 5 p.m., CAUSE and a lot of community leaders will be out there continuing their urge for rent control here in Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the public speaker slips. Mr. Clerk, do we have people online waiting to speak?
Mr. Mayor, we have one person ready to speak.
Okay, can we have that first speaker, please?
Anna Marie Gott, you are unmuted and can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I just want to, request that you agendize for next week a vote to reinstate meetings for our advisory boards. As you are well aware from the emails that you've probably received, as well as the Ed Hat article that I wrote, as well, and the email that I sent to you, Ms. Bjork went ahead and eliminated advisory board virtual meetings beginning April the 1st. That means that anyone who began participating in public meetings during the pandemic, who had not typically been able to attend a meeting, can no longer attend any of the advisory board meetings if they cannot get off work in the middle of the day or have someone care for their children or take over responsibility as a caregiver for a family member. I think that it's a tremendous loss in terms of eliminating virtual public meetings, which are broadly popular and really allow the public, and more of the public, to actually weigh in on policies and decisions that impact their lives. I also think it's a blow to democracy because you have fewer people that will be participating because they are being required to meet in person and they, for one reason or another, cannot meet. And when a time in which the city really wants more people to actually participate due to equity concerns, I find it disheartening that we are eliminating virtual meetings. For 2 years, the city has actually shown that it can hold virtual meetings that the public wants to attend these meetings and has, and that they can do it either at home or at work or on the go or by phone. It is something that you have been offering for 2 years, but suddenly, without any public notice, they have been shut off. We should have a public meeting on discussing the preservation of the advisory board virtual meetings. It's great for transparency. It's great for accessibility. It increases public participation. We actually get a recording of these meetings, which we have never had before. all of these are good things, but now they have all been lost.
Okay, thank you.
So
Ms.
I
Scott.
just want to urge you again for next week to please put this on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, are there further public speakers? General comment.
Mr. Mayor, there are no further speakers.
Okay, we'll close public comment. We'll go to the consent calendar. Do you have items to read?
I do. Item 5, adoption of ordinance approving the 2021 to 2023 TAP Memorandum of Understanding. Recommendation that council adopt the Memorandum of Understanding between the city and the Service Employees International Union, Local 620, Airport and Harbor Patrol Officers and Treatment Plants Bargaining Units for the period of October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2023, by reading of title only, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the 2021 through 2023 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Patrol Officers and Treatment Plants Bargaining Units, TAP units. Item 6, introduction of an ordinance adopting an equipment use policy per Assembly Bill 481. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting a military equipment use policy for the Santa Barbara Police Department. Item 7, adoption of a resolution authorizing the allocation of the city's share of Transportation Development Act funds for bicycle and pedestrian projects. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing the filing of a claim with the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments for allocation of $98,892 in Transportation Development Act funds for fiscal year 2023. And item 8, adoption of resolution regarding appropriations for best interest waiver with Venco Power Sweeping Incorporated for commercial street sweeping. Recommendation that Council A find it in the city's best interest to waive the formal bid process as authorized by Municipal Code 4.52.070L, best interest waiver, and authorize the General Services Manager to issue a purchase order to Venco Power Sweeping Incorporated as the city's commercial street sweeping vendor for the duration of the bid contract term, and B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 21-045, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2022 to provide additional appropriations for commercial street sweeping. That's all the items.
Thank you. Does any items that anybody needs to pull off the consent? Mr. Jordan,
Pull number 10, please.
pull item 10. Any other items? Okay, very good. Mr. Clerk, would you read item 10, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 10, approval of agreement with R3 Consulting Group Incorporated to conduct a competitive procurement process for franchise solid waste collection services. Recommendation that council authorize the Sustainability and Resilience Director to execute a professional services agreement with R3 Consulting Group Incorporated for consulting services in the amount of $149,550 and approve expenditures of up to $14,955 for extra services that may result from necessary changes in the scope of work.
Very good. I also have a speaker for that item. Mr. Jordan, you want to comment on your?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And hello, Ms. Parento. I'm not going to ignore you, but I think probably I'm going to start looking to my left with the city attorney. I appreciate the, I guess, proactive advice that you delivered to us. I'm concerned that this scooches ahead in this process and would preclude any discussion that I or other members of council would want to have concerning, I guess, what would be called a best interest waiver. And to tell you the truth, I haven't discussed this with anybody, either legal or any of my peers up here, but I'm not, my starting concern with that is I'm not confident that a process, as we're being asked to approve today, considers what I would characterize as the very tangible intangibles of a long-term local relationship with a vendor that that has established an infrastructure in town already, that has established a local employee and customer culture and knowledge, and is certainly, in my perception, has a beneficial relationship as a partner rather than a vendor. And then obviously on top of that would salvage a potential $150,000 worth of expense when potentially it's either not needed or hasn't been discussed. So I don't know where those concerns of mine, how to move in a direction based on what's on the agenda today, but I wouldn't be able to support the item on the agenda today without having further discussion in that area.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just echo those comments very briefly. I feel the same way and would be interested in a larger discussion or would require one to support this move. Similarly, you know, I feel that there are great synergies that have been to our city residents' benefit with the relationship with our current partner. Partner is a good word, and I would like to make sure that we are adequately recognizing the importance of those synergies, particularly in the partnership of Marburg and Tehiguis with the various regional partners that utilize that firm. I think it's really, really important for us to keep that in mind. So certainly I would need a more extensive discussion were I to move forward with this item today. Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'm not sure I understand. I think there's subtext being discussed that I'm not sure that I'm understanding fully. So I want to ask, is this for the item to hire consultants to look into competitive solid waste collection services? Are we discussing not going forward with having a open process of, I'm asking my council member, I'm not understanding your comments.
I'll take a shot at that. So there is the ability for council to determine that it's in the interest of the community to provide a best interest waiver. It's in the Muni Code. And this process, I think, takes ahead, moves forward to the step of a pure RFP competitive process without consideration or discussion of that.
Okay, would this be the appropriate time for me to state my view on that, or do we have public comment?
Let me
on
ask
that
my
first?
colleagues this, because we do have somebody here from Marburg who is going to speak. Should we have him go ahead and speak first before we go into some, it sounds like we're trying to get into deliberations here. So, Mr. Carlson, would you come forward, please?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, members of the council. My name is Derek Carlson with Marburg Industries. And as the council looks to approve this final of 3 consulting agreements in the pursuit of procuring a renewed franchise agreement, we're asking you to consider the scope that you were providing to this final consultant. And for this scope to include an initial sole source negotiation with Marburg. So under the 3 consulting agreements, the city will be spending over $600,000 to be prepared for these negotiations, including auditing Marburg's financial statements, auditing the waste stream by commodity type, sector type, auditing the operating costs of Marburg in the city of Santa Barbara by material type, sector, vehicle type, auditing our current franchise agreement, auditing both state and federal solid waste laws and mandates for inclusion in our new agreement, and also soliciting community input for desirable contract enhancements.
Oh, that's on me, Mr. Carlson. I apologize. I'm new at this, okay?
So all of this auditing work gives the city a clear view and everything they need to embark on an advantage initial negotiation with Marburg. And this is the same negotiation approach that every other jurisdiction we service has chosen to proceed with for their most current franchise agreements, including the County of Santa Barbara for the 3 zones on the South County with service with them, the City of Goleta, and the City of Buellton. And one major reason for this is All of these jurisdictions, along with the City of Santa Barbara, is a partner in the development of the new Resource Center along with Marburg. And this facility will bring all participating jurisdictions into compliance with the extremely aggressive state regulations regarding greenhouse gas reductions and recycling. And the city has already entered into a 20-year waste flow agreement with the Resource Center, and we have developed a diversion strategy which is inextricably linked to the hauling portion of our operation in order to maximize all of the jurisdictions' investment in this facility. So when the state first began mandating these diversion and health and safety requirements to jurisdictions through the California Integrated Waste Management Act of 1989, they also gave jurisdictions a very broad discretion in the procurement process in securing their solid waste services, because they were aware of the liabilities that they were also saddling the jurisdictions with and the ultimate need for them to find the best partner in achieving these requirements. So we are asking that you use your discretion to continue to support the investments that we have all committed to through the negotiating process.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just clarify my remarks, this is, to me, an example of exactly why I'm uncomfortable in this position, because maybe I'm using the wrong phrase as a best interest waiver. Maybe the right phrase is sole source negotiation. And that's because I think I started out with the conversation saying I don't know how to recognize those considerations I talked about. And so maybe I'm misphrasing what I'm saying as a result of that. But I think that's an example of the need for a greater conversation rather than just approving something on consent that lays out a course that potentially has a negative impact on our community.
All right, very good. Mr. Friedman.
Mr. Rouse, before you get into deliberation, you do have 2 more public commenters.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's right, we do have online. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, what do we have for public comment, please?
Mr. Mayor, we have 2 hands raised for public comment, Lee Heller and Anna Marie Gott. Lee Heller, you are unmuted and can go ahead.
Members Jordan and Harmon have said, this is a big decision, not something I think that you want to handle at consent, given the complexity of the issue. And I'm also uncomfortable with the amount of money being authorized for hiring consultants for an RFP process, which seems to me not to justify $150,000, at least not without a more robust discussion by the full council. So I encourage you to agendize this as a separate item and not have it on the consent calendar. Also briefly, I didn't want to talk twice because I know you guys like to move along, but I did want to back what Ms. Gott said about not eliminating virtual access to committee and commission meetings. I actually participated in a Creeks Advisory Subcommittee meeting today, even though I'm in Chicago visiting my 88-year-old mother, because I was able to do so remotely. So I hope we will look for a way to continue remote participation by the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie Gott, you are unmuted and can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I do believe that we need to go out to bid for an RFP that is going to include other individuals other than Marburg. I think that you are well aware that Marburg has unpermitted uses as well as a substantial amount of construction on the property they have in the Funk Zone. This area, it basically has been ignored by the city for a substantial period of time. The owners and relatives of the people that own Marburg have actually purchased a ton of property down there, and one by one, some of the property has been developed without permits. We have a huge property without a public sidewalk, where a public sidewalk will not be able to be built because Marburg has put a slab of cement and parked their trucks on it. We have another piece of property where your own enforcement team has gone to the property and said they are not allowed to actually operate a green waste and concrete, rubble, and asphalt facility. They were not able to actually do that, but they've got a huge factory basically down there under a barn that is crushing cement and green waste that is not permitted or an allowed use. So you're talking about how great, Marburg is for the community here. Well, it's not great for the community. If you're going to have someone look at a new contract, then we need to look at everyone who can bid, and we also need to look at the environmental impacts that we also have right now, and the devastating impacts that Marburg has done in a lower income neighborhood. Think about where all of that concrete blows when the wind blows. It goes straight into the Lower East Side. Do you know what concrete does to your lungs, the silica? If you inhale it, even once, you have lung damage. Think about emphysema and COPD. Individuals
Ms. Scott, you'll need to wrap
that
up, please.
actually breathe this dust in have substantial health, negative health effects. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public speakers, Mr. Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor, there are no public speakers.
Okay, very good. We'll go back to council. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I appreciate my colleagues raising these issues, and there is a lot of complexities on here, and I do understand why this should have been a administrative rather than consent item. One of the things, Ms. Bjork, I'm just trying to understand, and hopefully it can kind of maybe move us along today, but get to a place I think we might be able to go, because I'd like our council to at least be unified on the process before we get into the complexities of awarding this. So I'd hate to have a split vote today just on setting up the process. Can you explain what the consultant is being used for? There's the RFP part, putting it out there potentially, based on what I'm hearing today, but there's also other services that we need from the consultant that are critical, and if there's any timelines, and maybe we might be able to bifurcate the two and come back and have that discussion on I'll just say the sole source negotiation that Councilmember Jordan's talking about. But can you kind of explain the RFP and what the consultant is being used for?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, I'm going to defer to Ms. Parento. I will say that regardless of what route you ultimately determine to take, I do not think it will reduce the consultant need, nor will it reduce the need for us to fully understand our current situation vis-a-vis auditing and understanding the waste streams. I mean, those are fundamental starting points for us in negotiating any new contract, regardless of the form of negotiation.
Thank you, Ms. Bjork. Thank you, Councilmember Friedman, Mayor Rouse. As Ms. Bjork mentioned, we are going to need consulting services, whether it's a sole source negotiation or an RFP, because simply things have changed in the last 12 years since the last contract was negotiated. The legislation has changed, the community's needs have changed, and the sustainability needs have changed. And so we will need some guidance in putting together all of the pieces of the other consultant studies that was previously referenced. Additionally, this is just a very large value contract, over $450 million over the term of the agreement. And so we think it's our duty to our community to do the due diligence, make sure that it's an open and transparent process. That being said, this consultant is being asked to put together the needs of a contract. What would we want to include in the contract? Additionally, evaluation criteria. So really circling back to Councilmember Jordan's concerns about how good of a partner Marburg has been. This is no commentary on how good of a partner Marburg has been. Marburg has been a great partner, but we need to make sure that we have this open process so the consultant can develop evaluation criteria that accounts for those partnership steps, right, and the value of the infrastructure that Marburg has built and the systems that they've built here. In reference to how we move forward, as we mentioned, we do need the consultant either way. So because of a short timeline, we have less than a year, or just about a year before this contract is up for renewal. Our preference would be that you move forward with hiring the consultant, but that we can come back and discuss on an admin item what the scope of that analysis is and have them evaluate a potential sole source negotiation and what that would look like.
Thank you, Ms. Bjork, Ms. Parento. I'll just say I'm supportive of that because I think there are enough questions right now from my colleagues on the second part of what you just said, but there is a need to start moving forward with all the other work that the consultant's going to need to do. And if we delay selecting the consultant today, it further pushes that back. And a year might seem like a long time, but in city governance, it's not. It's like tomorrow. So I'd like to hear from my colleagues, but if you'd be open to kind of bifurcating that process, is move forward with the consultant and come back and have a more robust discussion on the points that my colleagues raised today.
Okay, Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, yes, if what I'm hearing from our staff is that the consultancy is necessary either way, then I appreciate that insight and feedback. You know, just to give a little bit more color to our colleagues on why I have found myself concerned about an RFP versus an open source negotiation, I think it's not clear to me that an RFP is necessarily going to get us to the best result for our community. I mean, part of it is I just have questions, right? If we go the route of an RFP, do we have to take the lowest qualified bidder no matter what? Would that bidder be from another community and potentially increase emissions because they would have to drive from Los Angeles, for example? I mean, there's a lot of questions that come up, and it's particularly telling to me that our neighboring jurisdictions do not approach this contract that way. And I do understand, of course, it's a high-value contract, so that in some ways militates in favor of an RFP, but on the other hand, it's of such high value and so central to the quality of life for our residents, it's really important that we understand and have a long-term relationship with our partner who undertakes that contract. So I think at the very least it's worth a broader conversation. This is something I've thought about since it was initially brought up. I think we had earlier conversations at the Sustainability Committee about the audit and the larger process. The audit, in addition to all these other things, to me, thinks maybe a single source or sole source negotiation might be the way to go. We have all of this information through the good work that's been done to really look at the contract, how it's gone, how it's evolved over time. We can use that as really helpful leverage if we do go the route of a single source negotiation. So that, I guess, is just to provide a little bit more information about why I am interested in pursuing that. And then just a local company, to me, I think is really of significant value. And I think it's something that, as a council, we've spoken strongly about, the need to really prioritize local business and keeping local workers local. This is an offshoot of that for me. So I think I very much would like to see a larger conversation about which route to go. Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Mr. Kahlon, may I ask you, I'm not sure if this is for public or not, and you'll let me know if it's not.
If I might interrupt, Councilmember Jordan mentioned a communication that I prepared. I would need the council by majority vote to waive attorney-client privilege on that if you wish to get into that.
All right. Well, it's of interest to me whether any of us have conflicts or not. So I'm not sure whether we want to waive that privilege or not. I will just state for myself that I do not have a conflict. I do want to make the comment that it's been over 12 years since we've had a comprehensive update, and times have changed significantly since then. And for a $450 million contract, I believe it's in our responsibility to our residents and our taxpayers to negotiate. And from my understanding of what this RFP is for, it's for hiring a firm to help us negotiate the contract. So even if it ends up being with, which I imagine it might be with our partners for the last decades and years who've been excellent partners. I'm not prepared on a $450 million contract to not have that process be competitive, transparent, and I believe it's in our interest to negotiate that and have that be a public, transparent process, in particular with regards to Tahigas and the recalculation on the life of that landfill, with so many questions that we have about where we will be hauling our trash to, and in addition, vehicle miles traveled, where it is our waste is going to go. And I might ask Ms. Parento also, it's usually staff that recommends a sole source option. And from what I'm hearing, staff is not recommending sole source option at this time. And if you could maybe give us a little bit more detail on that, I hold very high regard for what your advice is.
Thank you, Councilmember Sneddon, Mayor Rouse. At this time, we've just haven't had a competitive process in over 20 years. And so we just feel like it's time to revisit it, make sure that we're sharpening pencils, we're getting the best value for our community. Again, no commentary on how Marburg has been as a partner. They've been fantastic. And it's just, again, how we felt our responsibility to the community was playing out. Again, we can come back to council with a more robust discussion of what a competitive bid versus a negotiation would look like. For example, we can bring some sample evaluation criteria for you to mull over. But I do think we need to keep the process moving forward.
I very much agree that we need to have this not be just open, shut vote on a $450 million contract. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I literally have not heard anything here I disagree with, but I just think I have a different slant on when I hear somebody say open, transparent, competitive, that my consideration for open, transparent, competitive is different than telling somebody to go start an RFP process. And the subject of the staff report is we're paying to conduct a competitive procurement process. It is not anything else that I just heard us wander off tangentially into all the other parts that are part of this $150,000. I agree with all of that Ms. Parento said. I agree with everything almost that Councilmember Sneddon said, except I think we differ on the reason for embarking on that and where we end up. I am fine with, as Ms. Parento described it, as long as we acknowledge we're changing those 6 words in the subject line of the staff memo to conduct a competitive procurement process. And we acknowledge that we're doing everything else that you just talked about, but then you're going to come back to council, and council is going to get to weigh in as they legally can on what their opinion is as to the best interest for the community, and whether that then leads to choices that I do have a phrase for or I don't, whether that's best interest waiver, sole source negotiation, or if there's other legal terms for this that I'm ignorant about because I have not had that discussion, that's fine with me. I just think today it is clearly the way you've titled this is it's a done deal, and I'm not comfortable with that.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I was going to make similar comments, and I just want to say I don't, for myself, I certainly do not at all want to imply that this should be open and shut with no negotiation. That is, it could not be farther from the truth. But I do think that greater conversation would be very helpful as to whether we go with an single source negotiation, or whether we undertake an RFP process. So to the extent that we could change, or maybe Councilmember Friedman, this was your thought in the beginning, if you could make a motion that reflects that the consultant will not be hired specifically to do an RFP, but to begin the process of assessing which approach is correct and come back to council to have a fulsome discussion so we can be fully aware of that choice. That's something I would support today, but could not similarly support it the way that it's written in the item as is.
Mr. Colon.
If I might, Mayor, members of the council, I think it would be possible for the council to be a bit more surgical. The council's at a disadvantage because you haven't seen the scope of work. Our office has, I have. The first 7 tasks are going to be necessary regardless whether this is a sole source or competitive process. If you're willing to take me at my word, a motion that allowed the first 7 tasks would get things moving and facilitate further discussion down the road on whether to sole source or competitively negotiate or competitively negotiate a franchise. And I do want to reinforce what Ms. Parento said. From a staff perspective, this is almost an automatic because of the value of the contract. It says nothing about Marburg. In my mind, I equate it to evaluating your employee. That doesn't mean that the employee has done anything wrong. It's simply a way of assuring yourself that things are going well. So again, if the motion included the first 7 tasks, I think staff would go forward and come back to you. And I'd love the help, Ms. Parento, if you've got it.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. Yes, I think that would be a great start and a good point for us to come back and reevaluate.
All right, thank you very much. So, Mr. Friedman, I do see your light, but I wanted just to add a couple of things real quickly, because I was on the committee that worked on the last contract with Marburg back when. And true, it is a very valuable, it's a very big contract, but if you think about the amount of commitment and the amount of dollars involved, it's a very short contract. I mean, there's no tenant we have in our town that we expect to put in serious tenant improvements and have that few years to be done. And granted, it's a service, and it's an important service because it touches everyone in town. But at the time, we were splitting the jurisdiction with Allied Waste, and then that got resolved. Our sister jurisdictions, Goleta and the county, also went sole source and had Marburg as their operator. They are local, they are third generation, and they have put a lot of money into the place. So it's hard because I've experienced the other haulers, BFI and Allied and whatnot, as both a residential and a commercial user, so I have my pretty strong opinions about how that went. But I do think that the question of, somebody might ask, well, what's Marburg afraid of? If they're so good, why are they afraid to compete? My answer would be, why would we make them a competitor? I think the investment and the time and the commitment we've had in the community is worth looking at vis-a-vis your consultant work, analyzing everything you do, auditing things, as we did last time. Last time we did it in-house with finance and environmental services. This time we're using a consultant, probably makes more sense. But that's fine, but as far as putting it out to bid, you have a lot of multinational companies that might look at this like, if we get our toehold in Santa Barbara, we can take a loss for a number of years and then move on to the rest of the jurisdictions. That's how they work all over the country, and it's a very controversial industry. It's probably rife with more legal activities than anything else, so we do have to be careful. But I feel really confident in what we're doing. I would feel confident going sole source, but I do trust that if we can work out this consultant, even though we're going to spend a bunch of money on consultants on this thing, but if we get the answers we want, I feel confident that going forward, we're going to end up with the best product. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I'm going to try for a motion here. Mr. Colon, if you could help me on the 7, I might not word it right. So I'm going to say, so approval of agreement with R3 Consulting Group to conduct a process for franchise solid waste collection services and come back to council on an administrative agenda on whether to have a sole source or open source negotiation.
Mr. Colon?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I think to be consistent with what I'm hearing from many of you, you should limit it to the first 7 tasks in the scope of work.
First 7 tasks in the scope of work. Okay.
I'll second.
Ms. Harmon. Okay, so can we have the motion read back, please, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I was actually going to ask if the mover can please repeat the motion in its entirety.
Approval of an agreement with R3 Consulting Group, Inc. to conduct a procurement process for franchise solid waste collection services, including the first 7 tasks of the scope of work, and come back to council on an administrative agenda in regards to sole source or competitive negotiations. Is that good, Mr. Colon?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you.
Mr. Friedman, may I make just a slight adjustment to that motion?
Feel free.
Where you said including the first 7 steps, if we could say limited to the first 7 steps, I would feel more comfortable with that.
That's fine.
Thank you. Second.
So, first by Friedman, second by Harmon. Mr. Clerk, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Harmon. Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon.
May I ask just a quick question? I'm not sure if I can in the middle of it, but what are those first 7? Can you just give us an idea?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon. Task 7 is the breaking point before any RFP is issued. So that would preserve the council's ability to pursue single source negotiations if it wishes, while getting the process moving so that we can get the absolutely necessary data to draft a new contract.
So the first 7 are data collection, or I'm
And-
just like a characterization of the first 7 steps?
We have a big job to do in modernizing the contract, our franchise, and these are very, very complex agreements. So we need the assistance to modernize the agreement, whether it's with Marburg or anybody. So the break point is consistent with the council's direction that we come back on an administrative agenda to look at whether to sole source or not. And again, it lets us move forward in parallel or concurrently without undercutting the council's opportunity to make a decision on competitive or not.
So the first 7 are independent of whoever the contract ends up being with?
Absolutely. And Ms. Parento can correct me on that if I'm
Ms.
wrong.
Parento, if you would, please.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon. That's absolutely correct. So first would be evaluating the state of waste management throughout the state of California, and then determining what a modern franchise agreement holds, criteria for evaluation, what makes a good partner. So really evaluating how it's been working for the past 20 years and things like that. So absolutely, Mr. Klon is correct that would be a good breaking point.
Thank you.
And if we understand you, Ms. Parento, that was work that was going to have to be done in any case, no matter what the decision was to be made. Is that correct?
Mayor Rouse, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Okay, so that's an aye from Councilmember Sneddon.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye, okay, thank you. Stands unanimous. Okay,
I'll move the balance of the consent calendar.
okay. Balance for consent calendar is moved.
Second.
And seconded. May we have a roll call vote?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a motion from Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, to move consent calendar forward. This is items 4 through 9 and 11 through 16. Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. Thank you. That concludes the consent calendar. We have the item 17, please.
Item 17, introduction of an ordinance approving the electoral redistricting map referred by the Independent Redistricting Commission. That council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an uncodified ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving the 2020 Census Electoral District Map as referred by the Independent Redistricting Commission pursuant to City Charter Section 1301.
Mr. Bodett.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, good afternoon. It is my honor today to bring before you the approval of the electoral redistricting map. Before I get started, I did just want to pause for a moment and thank city staff that worked on this project, facilitating this process. We had a small cross-departmental team led by Mr. Colon that consisted of myself, Norma Cervantes from Public Works, Sam Ramirez from Human Resources, and Michelle Sosa Acosta from the City Attorney's Office. So today, presentation, I'm going to give you a little background on the district maps, requirements that went into the redistricting process. I'm going to give you a review of what transpired in the public hearings that led to our revised map and hand it over to you for a recommendation and approval. So on March 30th, 2015, the approved map as required by Pinellas stipulated judgment was adopted by City Council. This, among other things, mandated that there was compliance with some state and federal laws. The intent of the stipulated judgment was to provide not only the districts, but 2 electoral districts with a Latino majority. It also, as long as they were given compliance with the state laws. It also provided that data would be used by the census. On November 16, 2018, the voters approved the charter amendment to carry out the districts. What this did is brought forward the adopted and referred the district map to the City Council. In order to facilitate this process, this required the establishment of an independent redistricting commission. This commission would be comprised of 3 retired judges, state or federal, that were non-county residents. So some requirements that went into the redistricting process. Districts needed to have a population deviation that couldn't be greater than 10% between the largest and the smallest districts. Districts needed to be contiguous in nature, and they needed to respect the integrity of the local neighborhoods and the communities of interest. Boundaries needed to be easily identifiable, so major roads, highways, coastline, major landmarks, things like that. And wherever feasible, the intent was to abide by the intent of the Pinellas stipulated judgment. So the public hearing process actually began in last September. A civic engagement plan was brought before City Council on September 14th, and then the public hearing was performed on September 20th. On November 8th, 2021, a demographer contracted by the city provided a technical training session which gave a districting map tool to the public. This allowed publics to enter or submit their own district maps. It was also stated at that time that we would accept any public maps by the public before the demographer presented any maps of their own. Starting in January through March, we had 6 public hearings. Because of the uptick in COVID cases and the following restrictions, staff had to kind of be a little bit more pivot with what the original plan was. So meetings were either done over Zoom, in person, or hybrid, a version of both. On every meeting was recorded, translation services were provided, and on March 3rd, 2022, a site tour was conducted with the honorable commissioners. Staff drove them through a van. We drove all the neighborhoods, showed points of interest, demography of the different neighborhoods, geographic so they had a better feel of the city itself. On March 14th, the 4 final maps were narrowed down and presented to the public at large. And then on March 30th, 2022, a map made by a city or a community organization, the District Elections Committee, in collaboration with the city's demographer, introduced a map called DEC-COI. And what this map did was combine all the public feedback that had been given up until that point into one map. This map was what was approved. The map itself is very similar to what our current districts are. There's kind of 5 points of interest that kind of make this different. Sorry, let me go back. The number one thing that this map solved was our population deviation currently, as it stands with the current district lines, is about 18.5%. And as I stated earlier, it can be greater than 10. So this brings it down to a 7.4%, I believe. And then our two current Latino majority districts, 1 and 3, the east side and west side, There was some challenges with making sure that it abided by this Bonilla stipulated judgment and keeping those a Latino majority. So the first kind of difference is on the west side. And what it now had that didn't have before was it now incorporates the area of La Cumbre Junior High up by Modoc area here. And then it moves across the freeway so that it now has the West Side Community Center in the district. This kind of pushed the downtown District 6 out a bit, and which now goes to Milpas Street. The northeast corner of District 1 on the east side, in order to sustain a Latino majority voting age population here, this census block had to be removed. This was kind of to make sure that the East Beach area stayed in District 1. And then it did branch out a little bit. So this Scenic Drive area here is now incorporated into District 1. So District 1 has a Latino majority. District 3 does not have a Latino majority, but the minority percentage is 50%. And with that, we have the recognition. All three honorable commissioners are here today if you have questions for them or our staff. And I'll turn it over to council for questions or.
Thanks, Mr. Baudet. Any questions for staff? Any commissioner? All righty. And then do any of the commissioners care to make a comment? Hey, don't fight over the microphone now. There's plenty of time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm Melinda Johnson. I'm a retired judge of the Ventura County Superior Court and served as the chair, along with retired Judge Elizabeth White and Abraham Khan from the Los Angeles Superior Court. We spent a lot of time. I'm astounded at the clarity with which you just summarized what we did over the last several months, because it was not nearly as clear to us as we went along. In the end, we reached a consensus, and with the outstanding work of the demographer, the public participation, and many members of the City Council who joined us many times, we found it a fulfilling and fascinating experience, true government in action. We appreciate being able to serve him. We unanimously agreed on the eventually recommended map to you. It isn't perfect. It doesn't fill everyone's desires completely, but it is as close as you could come. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Well, if there, Ms. Gutierrez, did you have a question, or do you want to make a motion?
I would,
Oh, we do have public, we don't have public comment. That's right. So, Ms. Gutierrez.
can I make a comment and then make a motion?
I'm sorry?
Can I make a comment and then make a motion? Yes. I want to thank city staff and all of the judges. I'm very grateful for your patience and understanding. I was very nervous when I came up and gave my suggestions, but you had a very hard job. And you came in and you were very patient to listen to the public. I know that district elections, when it first came up to the city, it was something new to the city. And your work through the whole entire process was great. And you really respected the work that had been already done in the past, and you acknowledged the different players in the game of how the district was divided. And for Mr. Colon and his team, thank you so much. You guys did a wonderful job. So I just wanted to thank everyone, and I would like to make a motion to go forward with this recommendation.
Okay, there I got a first. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Snedden. And do you have a comment, Ms. Snedden?
I do, Mayor Rouse, thank you. I had the pleasure, actually, of attending all of the meetings of the redistricting committee, and I have to just really say, Honorable Judge Khan, Judge Elizabeth White and Chair Melinda Johnson, the care that you took for our city and taking the time to tour our different districts, to really listen to the concerns of the community, and different neighborhood associations came forward and spoke, and with each iteration of meetings, how you were able to adjust and take into account the concerns of the community was really remarkable. You didn't have to do that. And in addition to that, when you started looking at all the different variable maps that could be to make sure that you were covering all the bases. And then in the end, what we wound up with was a map that is remarkably similar to our current district boundaries, which we're quite fond of. And but you made sure it was all legally sound and in the spirit of the agreement, and really particularly listening to community members. And I do want to voice my particular gratitude for keeping the East Beach, staying with the East Side District. That was a big area of discussion, keeping Harding School and the Boys and Girls Club with the West Side, and keeping the West Side looking like it is, and keeping Eucalyptus Hill and the Upper East Association together. You heard public comment that that association had been together since World War II, and you took that to heart. And after considering all the options, I'm very grateful for the care that you took for the maps that we have before us to approve. And on another note, I think that what came clear in this process was the loss of our Latino community across the board, and how difficult it was to be able to create districts that honored our loss there, truly. And our council is better for our multi-perspective voices here. And I think so that we're not in a situation in the next 10 years where it's impossible to form minority-majority districts. I think that's something, just as a side comment, that I think we need to really be looking at. But for the maps as they are, I'm very grateful and happy to be voting to approve them.
All right, very good. If there are no further comments, we do have a first and a second on the motion. Any further discussion? May we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is a motion by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, seconded by Councilmember Sneddon, to move forward with the staff recommendation. Councilmember Sneddon.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. Very good. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And thank you to the judges for participating. Can we have the next item, please, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is item 18, update on efforts to address homelessness and its related impacts in the city of Santa Barbara.
All right, very good. Ms. Stotts?
Thank you. I had to pause for a second, make sure I was working this correctly. Good.
It's all
All
yours.
right. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and members of council. My name is Liz Stotts. I am the Senior Community Development Program Specialist for the City of Santa Barbara. I'm here today with other members of city staff to provide council an update on current efforts to, collaborative efforts to address homelessness. So here's the order of the presentation so that you know what is coming ahead. First, we'll start with some background data on the current state of homelessness. We'll provide some numbers on expenditures incurred to address homelessness and its impacts. We'll update you on staff efforts from various departments throughout the city. I'll be doing most of the talking, but I'll be passing along to other members of staff for other portions of the presentation. We'll introduce partner agencies that have been working with the city. We'll go over some of the collaborative efforts that have taken place, including a review of the Rose Garden Inn project. and you'll hear some presentations from SB Act and CityNet. So for some background, homelessness, as you know, has been a long-standing national crisis, and it has various causes: rising housing costs, mental illness, substance use disorders, disabilities, low income, and domestic violence. The point-in-time count, a nationwide snapshot count of persons experiencing homelessness, reported more than 580,000 people living without a home, either on the streets or shelters, in 2020. This is a number that has increased each year since 2017. At 28%, California has the largest percentage of the nation's homeless population. Most notably, California has more than half of the unsheltered across the whole country. That is, people who are living in places not intended for human habitation, as opposed to a shelter or transitional housing of some sort. And this is an important distinction, as this population is more vulnerable to health problems, violence, and trauma, and longer periods of homelessness. Countywide point-in-time data showed 1,962 persons experiencing homelessness in 2022. As you have heard in the news in recent weeks, this number is slightly higher than previous counts. In line with California, 69% of the population countywide are unsheltered. Preliminary results of the 2022 point-in-time count identified 822 homeless individuals in Santa Barbara City, and although this represents a 10% decrease since the last count, this total still represents 41% of the homeless population countywide. An important distinction to know is that the point-in-time count is just a snapshot estimate, and the county has reported to HUD that the number of persons served in fiscal year 2021 was 1.7 times higher than the point-in-time count, suggesting that the numbers are higher than we expect. So in the next couple of slides, I'll go over some of the expenditures that the city has incurred to address homelessness in the city. So this slide shows the city's funding to social service agencies provided in fiscal year 2021. The city granted approximately $1.8 million to nonprofit homeless service providers for prevention, coordination, shelter supportive services, and rental subsidies. 18% of that, $345,766, came directly from the general fund, with the remaining 82%, which was about $1.5 million, came from state and federal funding, such as a Homeless Emergency Aid Program, known as a HEAP program, and Community Development Block Grant funding. Attachment 2 in your staff report includes a mid-year update of this information. And this slide shows the city's cost to respond to homelessness in the city halfway into this fiscal year. The city expended $5.6 million mitigating the effects of homelessness. As you can see, the biggest chunks on the pie were for public safety and enforcement and for the provision of human services. Normally, the city's expenses relate to public safety and enforcement, but this year, the human services line was higher than normal because of the Rose Garden Inn project, which I'll discuss further down in this presentation. So in the next few slides, I'll go over the city's different roles and initiatives taken during the year. First department is the Community Development Department, and that's the department I work under. This department administers the CDBG, the Community Development Block Grant and Human Services Program. We provide funding and oversee various partners that help persons experiencing homelessness, such as PATH and New Beginnings Safe Parking Program. We administer special grants related to homelessness, most recently HEAP, PLHA, the Permanent Local Housing Allocation, and the Home ARP funding made available by the American Rescue Plan. At Community Development, we also oversee tenants-based rental assistance programs that provide grants to partner agencies such as the Housing Authority and other providers that have helped since 2015 almost 1,000 households with rental assistance. We provide direct oversight and coordination with CityNet and SB Act. And we participate in regional homeless organizations and coalitions to ensure the coordination of services. And most recently, the department has reassigned the Senior Community Development Program Specialist, it's me, to help coordinate the city's internal and external efforts related to homelessness. And next slide, I'll pass on to Chris Clark from Environmental Services. Switch or you want to use that mic? I can operate it for you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Christopher Clark. I'm an environmental services specialist with the Environmental Services Division, and I'll be giving you an overview on our encampment response program. The Environmental Services Division coordinates the city's encampment response program. This is a collaboration between the Parks and Recreation Department's Creeks and Parks divisions, the Public Works Department's Streets Division, City Attorney's Office, the police and fire departments. We also collaborate with outside agencies to ensure that encampments located on Caltrans and Union Pacific property are also addressed within the city limits. And we also make referrals out to the City of Goleta and the County of Santa Barbara in working with the areas that are our jurisdictional boundaries, and any encampments that are referred outside the city to us. We make sure that they're informed of those in their appropriate jurisdictions. Next slide, please. In 2019, the Environmental Services Division created a centralized web-based reporting system, which allowed members of the public, residents, visitors, and staff to report the locations of encampments within the city utilizing GPS coordinates. This greatly improved the accuracy of being able to locate encampments and be able to respond more quickly. The reports also allow us to more quickly dispatch services, law enforcement, and cleanup efforts to those locations. Next slide, please. City staff and our outreach providers and law enforcement, we all prioritize ensuring that camp occupants' rights are protected. This includes posting all encampments with a minimum of a 72-hour notice ahead of time. This provides occupants the opportunity to retain their property, to have access to services, and to voluntarily relocate before the cleanup begins. Any items of value that are found by staff or contractors on site are retained for 90 days to give the occupants a chance to retrieve those items. Next slide, please. For the last calendar year of 2021, the city responded to 548 encampment reports and 36 individual need reports. The online reporting tool not only allows people to report encampments within the city, but they can also report non-emergency concerns related to individuals that allows us to then send outreach workers to assist them. From the beginning of the project in 2019, we have received 2,916 reports. 685 encampments have been cleaned within the city limits, and it's resulted in 81.4 tons of waste removed from our public spaces, and 320 CityNet outreach contacts. And that will conclude my presentation. We'll be here for any questions. Thank you.
You know, if I may, I think I'll ask a question while you're up there. In terms of the 90-day retention, is that something that's a local codified thing, or is that a state regulation? How do we determine the 90 days in retention of goods and property?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you. The 90-day retention is part of the city's lost and abandoned property policy, which I would ask Mr. Colon to give the background on that, if he would, but that is a city policy that directs staff on how to do that.
Because I know it's not uniform with other agencies, so I'm just kind of curious about that. Mr. Colon, can you address that?
Yes, Honorable Mayor. our policy is really driven by constitutional law and as well as state law. What many of us may not believe is property, in many cases is valuable property for people who are unhoused. So the process is really designed around assuring that we are not taking or destroying valuable property. During COVID, of course, we also had obligations with respect to rehousing. And whether those obligations continue as described in the staff report as really kind of a social and moral commitment is really a funding question. But the encampment process is driven by compliance with the law and respecting the property rights of the people who are involved.
Thank you. And then my second question was about the different agencies like Caltrans, Union Pacific and whatnot. Which agency do we have agreements with that we can go in and enter those easements and do the cleanup?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. We currently have a memorandum of understanding with Union Pacific, which gives us a certain amount of reimbursable funding to clean their and access their right-of-way. The Caltrans portion of it is a case-by-case basis where we request access and permission to clean on their property.
Is there any effort to try to get a standing MOU with Caltrans, or is that not going to happen?
Madam Mayor, or Mr. Mayor and members of council, there is an ongoing conversation on that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Friedman, I believe, had a question.
Thank you. Just for the public, could you expand upon, so we have this 72-hour posting, but if you could just provide a little more information. So a report comes in and we log the report of an encampment. It's not like we go out the next day and post the 72 hours. Can you just kind of walk through who you contact? Is it just you that goes out? Who do you go out with? Do you have other staff in your department? And then once the encampment is abated, how do we keep it from being repopulated, or does it get repopulated and we're just kind of moving people around and they come back?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, thank you for that question. The encampment reporting process and response process, we do have a fairly quick turnaround. So during regular business days, we are generally able to respond to encampments either the same day or maybe the next day. We currently just brought on 2 new code enforcement officers within the Environmental Services Division who are primarily responsible for responding to reports of encampments. We also coordinate with the police department, the code enforcement within the Creeks Division, and the park rangers to try to visit those locations as quickly as possible. Each location is assessed based on the description and the site visit conducted by staff to determine what the best course of action is. At times, that might mean if there are fire concerns, we'll bring in the fire inspectors to get their opinion of it and direction from them. Otherwise, we prioritize locations to determine if there's a significant public health and safety concern, in which we will expedite the process, and there'll be a notification put on fairly quickly. Otherwise, we allow a certain amount of time for outreach services to be made available to the inhabitants, and in addition to within that 72-hour window. Generally speaking, we try to give occupants as much time as is reasonable. After an encampment is cleaned, depending on the frequency of the location of how often it is reoccupied, staff do survey those locations and inspect them on a regular basis, and try to intervene when folks attempt to reoccupy that and try to convince them to not be in that location anymore. Otherwise, the process just repeats itself.
Just one follow-up. So say you've cleaned an encampment and people come back, do you have to, and staff continues to inspect, say, on a daily basis for right after, do you have to, if someone sets up camp there, do you have to repost the 72 hours after you've just cleaned it, or do you have that kind of leeway since you've been working there?
The 72-hour notice is placed every time.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll continue. Okay, so activities for the police department. We do have Lieutenant Katsapas here and Chief Malekian here to answer questions, but some of the updates that they've made in the past year include getting sworn officers trained in crisis intervention training, which is a nationally recognized model for police interactions with persons experiencing mental or emotional distress or other mental health challenges. In the last year, the department has trained approximately 65 officers in the 10-hour CIT class. The Street Crimes Unit has played a critical role in addressing complaints involving homeless residents. This team has 5 bike patrol officers, a co-response officer. I'm sorry, I was reading the wrong section. Let me go back. I apologize. Police department, they have a co-response officer who is trained in responding to people in crisis. This officer is partnered with a licensed mental health clinician. This team has responded to approximately 600 calls involving persons in crisis, most of those involving people experiencing homelessness. The co-response officer also works to reunite persons living on the street with family or with assistance programs. And over the last year, they were able to successfully reunify 63 people. Okay, so now I'll go back to the Street Crimes Unit. The Street Crimes Unit has the 5 bike patrol officers, the co-response officer that I mentioned, 1 sergeant, and they are responsible for enforcing municipal code violations, street-level drug calls, and camping complaints that come to the police department. The Street Crimes Unit works extensively with CityNet, SB Act, New Beginnings, Safe Parking Program, Parks and Recreation staff, Creeks staff, environmental staff, and community groups. And finally, the department has recently identified the Street Crimes Unit Sergeant as the department's homeless liaison. In this role, the liaison is responsible for ensuring proper handling of property during encampment cleanups, and he will be responsible for updating the department about current resources to use when assisting homeless residents. Okay. And Parks and Recreation has also made significant strides in the last year. In the past year, the department was able to increase.
I have a question for the chief. With the help that the police department has done in reuniting people with their family members that have been living in the streets, could you explain a little bit how that process works? And if you know of, out of the 63 that you've reunified, has any of those come back to the streets?
I think you have to, is that on?
Yes, it is.
All right, very good. Councilmember Gutierrez and Mayor Rouse, the co-response unit is actually a partnership between the city police department and county behavioral wellness. And so the officer in question rides with I'm not using the right county job title, but a psychiatric social worker who's trained in dealing with mentally ill and people experiencing emotional distress. And essentially, if they identify a person who, say, has come from another area or who tells a story about being alienated from their family or whatever that situation is, through both direct contact to the alienated family or through interaction with SB Act and CityNet and other providers, they try to make a connection between that person and get them back to the family. And the 63, when they say 63 people were reunified, that's what it refers to. The question about whether people come back, I'm going to look at Lieutenant Katsapas. I don't know if he knows off the top of his head, but I do not. I don't know how many people have come back.
Thank you, that's all.
Mr. Jordan had a follow-up?
Chief, while you're up there, so how, when somebody calls in to report something, a concern, how do you identify the need to send that team rather than just a regular team?
It would depend on how the information is conveyed.
Okay.
If the information is minimal, it's very possible that a patrol unit will make the initial response as they normally do. When they get there and they identify that this is a person in need of co-response services, and really the main criteria for co-response is, do they appear to be dealing with mental illness, or do they seem to be struggling with emotional or mental symptomatic manifestations. And if they do, we try to call co-response. We also, and it wasn't mentioned in the slide, but the Sheriff's Office has 2 co-response teams in the South County, and we actually have an MOU with them to allow for cross-jurisdictional response. But one way or another, we try to, if the identification is that this is a person who needs that specialized help, we try to get the co-response unit there.
So I'm just channeling my peers. So somebody calls in and describes some behavior and just uses the words crazy or, acting out or that kind of thing. Are dispatch people actually then trained to take that and lead somebody through a set of questions to determine whether that's a co-response team situation or an enforcement?
That process is there. It's actually a component of what's called emergency medical dispatch. However, it's not used very much. I've looked at that, and there's some issues with trying to make that better. The communications operator's first responsibility is to get somebody on scene, to stabilize it, and to make sure that whatever is going on doesn't get worse.
Okay.
The co-response isn't necessary for that stabilization part. It really is then for, if we don't want to use arrest as a tool for solving this problem, and we think that there's a better way to interact with them, then that's when co-response would be called. They may or may not be the first response. Sometimes they are, but usually they're not.
And so our conversation today, which you said Santa Barbara's kind of unique in its prevalence of, or predominance of mental health issues out on the street, generally versus serious criminals out on the street when a call comes in, is that what needs to be flipped in that? I mean, what is it? Do we need more co-response and less enforcement, or more co-response first and enforcement second, or?
Out of respect for the council and everybody that's watching, I'm not going to give my usual sermon. But what we need is more mental health beds and more substance abuse treatment beds and a place to be able to take people.
All right.
The issue of co-response versus enforcement, co-response is desirable. This council actually has indicated that there is support for a second co-response unit. And I've said publicly for quite some time that if the county makes a second psychiatric social worker available, we will staff that co-response team. I think they are of great value. But in the meantime, we're still left in the situation of answering 2 questions. How do we respond to the situation that's on the ground happening now? And then what do we do, particularly if we're trying to identify alternatives to incarceration?
Got it. Thank you so much.
Ms. Gutierrez, you have a question for the chief?
The chief just answered my question. Thank you.
And then Mr. Friedman, same?
Just one follow-up question, because you answered my questions as well. It gets more in to just crime and other information. Just in general, have you seen a level of just nuisance or vagrants-related crimes, maybe in the downtown area, other parts of town, remaining relatively stable? Is it increasing, decreasing? And then another one, I'm not sure if you'd be able to answer that, or maybe the fire chief. I'm really interested in understanding the responses that you get to overdoses, and whether you're seeing more of a response that either police or fire are having to respond to those who have overdosed, and if the same people are doing multiple times. Just trying to understand that, because I know addiction is such a huge issue out there. So maybe the last one's a little more what I'm interested in.
With regards to the issue of overdoses, I suspect the fire chief is more conversant in the actual numbers. But the sheriff and the district attorney recently just convened a countywide opioid task force that will be having their second meeting next week with people from education, law enforcement, and a variety of private service providers to try to deal with this issue. The number, I don't remember the exact number, I think It's somewhere in the neighborhood of 133 deaths from opioid overdoses in the county last year. And unfortunately, the city had a very high percentage of those. So we're very involved in that. I forget, with regards to whether or not the number of nuisance crimes had gone up, my impression is that it's stable, but I didn't come here with a set of numbers in front of me, so I don't know.
Thank you. I just wanted a real general assessment, not deep down. Thank you.
Okay, and Ms. Sneddon to the chief.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Thank you, Chief. This is a question I've asked you before, one-on-one, and then I think it's valuable for the public. It's a question we get from the public a lot about seeing illegal activity on the street, drug use or defecation, the whole range of what might be illegal behaviors. And then the question to us is always, why can't someone be arrested, or why not? And I think you've been very convincing to me personally about what the, implications of that are. But if you could explain for the public why that isn't done.
Thank you, Councilmember Sneddon. The challenge with that is really, it almost comes down, I don't like to put it this way, but to like resource management. Because if the officers are dispatched to a call of the type that you described, whether it's alleged drug dealing, defecation in public, a lot of those are misdemeanors. And it requires that the officer actually see that happen. Even if they do, even if they actually observe it in progress, if they don't, there needs to be somebody else who's willing to make the arrest, in which case the officer has to take action, and they will. Usually, and I'll come back to this, in the form of a citation, because for a whole variety of reasons, we don't generally transport people to jail for low-level offenses unless it's a repeat. But the next challenge, let's say that we didn't see it, and we generally are going to issue a warning, try to move people along, try essentially to solve the problem in the moment, because we are not solving the problem in totality. We're just solving what's in front of us. If we made the decision to take people to jail, that's generally one or more officers who are removed from the street for a period of several hours, because they have to transport somebody to jail, they have to write a report, they may have to book evidence. And sometimes it's necessary, but sometimes if we can at least get the offenders to move away from the area where they are, move somewhere else, that tends to be our focus. It's not the best. I'm not arguing that it is, but it's simply what we have to deal with.
Thank you. And then could you maybe expand on what the role of restorative court or something like that might be in addressing that?
There's two different models out there right now, but one is restorative court and one's called solutions court. And restorative court is more, is for want of a better term, it's less coercive. It's generally an agreement that's reached prior to, and I may not be framing this completely accurately, because I'm confusing restorative officers or restorative policing with the restorative court. But generally, the restorative court is kind of an agreement between the offender and whoever's involved, usually the police officer, that this isn't going to happen, or that they're going to go get treatment, or they're going to do something else. It doesn't have the hammer of solutions court, which is generally the person comes before the court for the offense, and the court will issue an order that says essentially, this can go away, but you have to go to rehab, or you have to go to treatment, you have to go do something. And I think a lot of us are hoping, and I don't know, I haven't looked at the particulars yet because I don't think there are any, but the governor's at least conceptual discussion about CARES Court may be a step in that direction.
And what could we do to support that? Is that something that at the city level that we could be?
I suspect that at some point when the formal legislation to codify that proposal starts to move through the process, that the city would have city council would have an opportunity to weigh in.
Thank you. And then I just have one more question about if you could comment on the recent deaths in the past couple of weeks of homeless individuals on our streets.
Yes, and again, I'll try. It really, there have been 3 deaths under 3 very different circumstances, all of them equally tragic. One is a homicide that occurred on the 100 block of State Street. One is the death from apparent natural causes in the 1200 block of State Street. And one was a woman, apparently, we're still working through some of the information, but for reasons unknown, got up from an encampment where she lived and walked out onto the freeway and was struck by a car. The reason, the motivations for that, I do not know. But they do all point to some real significant shortcomings in the system in terms of the ability to compel people to get help or to get treatment. At least in the case of the first 2 women, they had basically camped in those locations for quite some time. I personally talked with business people that were in both of those areas. They knew them in the sense that they had some sense of who they were, and everybody echoed the refrain that they really wish they could do more.
And just one final question, thank you. On what do you think would be the best way, the best system, paradigm to compel people to treatment?
I don't exactly know the answer to that because I suspect there's all kinds of legal nuances. But somehow, people we're trying to find a way to make people's lives better who may not really know how to make their own lives better. And the question is, how do we, in a constitutional manner, how do we sort of compel that because right now, in my opinion, there's just too much of a voluntary element to this. And so a lot of the programs and a lot of things we talk about, the people have choices. And sometimes they don't choose to exercise the choice to take advantage of what's there.
Thank you so much, Chief.
Ms. Harmon, you have something else for the chief?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Briefly, actually, just, Chief, I really appreciate your remarks, and you brought up, for me, a question for our city attorney, if that's okay. This question of voluntary treatment versus compulsory treatment, do we have any wiggle room there? And even to the extent that an individual goes through, for example, the justice system and maybe takes a plea in connection, in exchange for going to treatment, that's not compulsory in the sense that maybe we're talking about. I guess my question to you is, do we really have any ability to do that? My understanding is we don't, and that's one of the sort of central challenges of where we currently find ourselves with regard to substance abuse disorder.
Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Harmon, I'm going to answer that in a fairly expansive way because I think it calls for it. Governor Newsom, as you know, has discussed without yet proposing specific legislation that would allow the courts to operate as mental health courts in real time. Our system began to deteriorate in the 60s, and frankly, it was because of the way mental health operated at that time. Places like Angola and Louisiana were places for frontal lobotomies and tubal ligation. There were horror shops. And the courts reacted to mental health incarceration by applying a very broad array of due process rights. What Governor Newsom is talking about is modifying or adjusting the amount of due process afforded to someone who is mentally ill. Whether the courts will view that differently in the context of our homelessness crisis remains to be seen, but that's head-on what the issue is that we're facing. As far as the courts are concerned, mandatory mental health treatment, at least inpatient, is equated to incarceration.
Thank you, and very briefly, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the extent that Governor Newsom, of course, you're right, puts forward a plan, do you anticipate that that would require a constitutional amendment to the California Constitution?
Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Harmon, I think not. The basic law on how much process is due under both state law and federal law is that it depends on a balance of the issue sought to be solved, the administrative convenience of the agency, and the impact on the individual. So when you take mental health treatment out of that horrific situation I described, I think that there's room to reduce the amount of process due.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Chief. Appreciate that. And we'll let you move on, Ms. Stotts. Thank you.
Thank you. I was talking about the Parks and Recreation Department, and I don't see Parks and Rec staff. But in the past year, they were able to increase the number of park rangers. At this time last year, they only had 1 ranger, and now they have 3 fully trained and 1 recent hire that is currently in training, so they're up to 4, or they will be up to 4 shortly. The rangers operate 7 days a week throughout the day, and they spend a significant portion of their time addressing homelessness-related issues in parks. As a result of their daily patrols, the rangers have been able to build one-on-one relationships with many of the park regulars and have been aware of the services these individuals are receiving. They have been trained to connect with CityNet and other service providers, such as County Be Well, when individuals need help, and can coordinate with the police when needed. And I'll pass on to the library to talk about what they've been up to.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and members of council. I'm Molly Wetta, the Library Services Manager, and here to talk about the work that we've been doing. So at the library, on an average day, we might have between 800 and 1,000 people come through our doors, and as many of 10% of them may be currently homeless or otherwise vulnerable. And that's really the motivation that we had to get involved with SB Act, is because we were interacting with these folks day in and day out and wanted to know about the other services and to help connect people with the help that they needed. So for a couple of years, we've been working with the steering committee, homeless prevention meetings, shelter and housing working groups, and especially the neighborhood RAP meetings for State Street and East Side occasionally, and then the neighborhood navigation RAP. In October of last year, we began taking the new Library on the Go van to the neighborhood navigation centers at Correo Castillo Lot and Alameda Park, where we're able to offer computer and internet access, charging stations, printing. We introduced a welcome card that allows people who don't have a verifiable permanent address to get up to 3 items checked out from the library at a time, and have currently issued 101 of those cards. We also staff these stops with our adult education team. So they're there to help with workforce development, talk to these people about skills to get a job, a resume, interviews, and even before you can start that type of work, you need your vital documents, which was a huge gap in services that we identified through these conversations with these working group meetings. So our staff have a general idea of how to help people obtain, print, fill out, and get those documents so that they can get access to services and become quote-unquote document ready. We also can assist people with applying for Medi-Cal or CalFresh, getting a Lifeline phone, low-cost internet, or other services that they need. The library serves as a community education center and information services, and this is the type of information that the most vulnerable members of our community need in order to be successful. And just to give you a sense of the type of situations that we're having, I have 2 stories that kind of illustrate the way that we're helping people. As many as 100 people every month, up to 175 now that we've introduced the new location at the East Side. That we can help someone with financial assistance forms for health care and realize that they didn't have the necessary financial documents to demonstrate their need. So because they didn't have pay stubs and bank statements, they did have their W-2s, and we're able to connect them with the United Way volunteer tax assistance that we offer in connection with United Way at the East Side Library so that they could start that process. We also met a mother of 2 teenagers who were all living together in a vehicle and learned that they were doing virtual school. And so we're able to invite them to the library to be able to do their classes, learn that they're very interested in anime and manga, invited them to our teen monthly club so that these individuals have a chance to have normal social interactions outside with their peers. So those are the types of ways that we're able to connect people to library services or additional services in the community that they might need. Next slide, please. And then inside the library, so the people who can't make it to the library for whatever reason, or because they have too many of their belongings with them and can't enter our services, that's how we serve them through the neighborhood navigation. But inside the library, our adult education team offers one-on-one literacy services. The SBPL Workforce Development, as many as 50% of those people that we serve in that program are currently homeless or in danger of losing their housing if they don't have more stable employment. We also collaborate with the Veteran Services to offer Vets Connect appointments at the library. Many of the people who we encounter who are homeless are veterans, and so being able to build trust with that individual to help them access their earned benefits is something that we can also do at the library. And then we received this year a Community Connections grant project and are working with 9 other libraries across the state of California to develop models for providing social services navigation in libraries. And so this isn't us providing those services, it's helping to understand and refer people to organizations that can better serve their needs, and inviting those organizations into the library to make it easier to access their services for people who may have transportation barriers, who may not know what organizations are help, who may not speak English, those types of situations. And so in collaborating with those other libraries, we have received some funding, and then also the cohort to look at best practices in the way that libraries are doing social service navigation as an information service. We also offered a job fair with the county and some other health and housing organizations, because we've seen it's really challenging to recruit for this particular staffing areas. We've experienced that ourselves, and so we're able to organize that virtual job fair in order to help them with that. So at that time, I am ready to turn it over to the next speaker.
Mr. Friedman, do you have a question?
Thank you, Ms. Weta, and thank you for all that the library is doing. It's very extensive, which lead to my comment, and maybe Ms. Bjork. It seems to me that a lot of that work, it's extremely valuable, but it seems that it's, in times of resource limitations that we have throughout the city, that's very resource intensive. And a lot of that work is something that the county should be doing and providing those services, and so we end up paying for that. And the concern is, for me, is that it comes at the expense of the library, the other operations that we're using, such as we really don't have a way to keep the libraries open 7 days a week. We had to use ARPA funds this year to reopen them. So my question to Ms. Bjork is, where are all these services funded from? And does it draw down from services for the general public? So is there decisions we're going to have to make in the future on that?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, I'll do my best to answer that, and I will certainly look to Ms. Weta to supplement. I want to commend the library staff for the work that they do. They do amazing work in support of our community, and particularly in support of our most at-risk portion of the community. And they have been very creative at seeking grant funding, as we have had very reduced revenues in order to support that work. Those grants frequently have obligations that go along with them that do require that they then attend to the issues that they have sought the grant funding for, and Ms. Weta has done a nice job of highlighting those. Unfortunately, what we don't have is sufficient funding for our more traditional library services, and a lot of the staff who would have previously provided that are now providing specialized services in support of our socioeconomic disadvantaged or at-risk communities. So it really is a balance and a challenge. I do think that the work that they are doing is consistent with the types of work that social service agencies are generally charged with. We have seen a lack of a gap, a resource gap, and they've done a good job of filling that resource gap. But it is a balance. We haven't got sufficient resource to do all that we need to meet the needs, and the library is getting these people regardless of whether they have the resources to deal with them, and so they have made the decision to divert resources to address those. And Ms. Weta, I'd be happy to have you add anything.
Yes, Thank you, Ms. Bork, and thank you, Councilmember Friedman and the rest of council. I do think that we grapple with this at the library, and libraries across the country are grappling with this issue, is that our mission is literacy and community education, and free and open to all. And so I do think about mission scope. I do think about the expansion of our duties without the corresponding resources to support them and how we do that. I think that the return on investment you get for investing in libraries and providing these types of services is lower than in other ways that they could be provided because people are already here. So if we were to eliminate the staff training that we've done through this grant and the partnerships that we've developed through working with SB Act and other organizations, if we were to stop doing that, the problems that we face in the library and in the community wouldn't go away necessarily. So we still have all these people here asking questions, and we're less equipped to deal with them, is kind of the catch-22 that we find ourselves in. And another of our two big programs underneath adult education, the literacy program and the workforce development, many of the people seeking those services aren't quite ready to get the help of our specialized services because they still need a phone to be able to accept a call for a job offer, that they still have to get their social security card in order to be eligible to get a job. Those sorts of scenarios, is that as we've embarked on that type of work over the last several years, that those have been gaps that we've identified in ways that we've developed to address the concerns of the people that are coming in to access our services.
So I guess the question then is, we have to find a way to achieve that balance of just the traditional literacy and keeping our libraries open and youth services and these types of services that we're providing, which are much needed, and if in that balance. So I guess it comes down to, and I'll comment on this later, is how we better coordinate with the county, because the county should be providing some of these services, but is falling on our librarians, which is affecting our ability to keep our libraries open and other things. So I'll make my comments on that later, but this is very enlightening. So thank you and thank you for all the work that you and their staff are doing. It shows here the successes that you're having.
Very good. Ms. Stotts, back to you.
Oh, thank you. Our last special program is the Downtown Ambassadors. They operate between 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. daily along State Street from Cabrillo Boulevard to Sola Street, and they serve as the eyes and ears of State Street. They have established relationships with service providers, area businesses, and members of the public, including people experiencing homelessness in the area, and have gained an intimate understanding of the situation on the ground. The ambassadors participate in various working groups and are a vital conduit of information to service providers. They have 6 part-time uniform ambassadors, and from last year, in the last 6 months, they have made 19,616 contacts. 2,450 of those were with homeless individuals. Okay, so next I'll introduce our partner agencies, and I'm just going to introduce who they are and what their work is, and then
I have a question, sorry. For the ambassadors, could you give me more information of the type of training that the ambassadors get when they get hired?
Someone?
And then the second part of that question is, when the ambassadors find themselves in a situation where they need extra support, who comes and supports them, and how fast do they come and support them?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. My name is Sarah Clark. I'm the acting downtown plaza and parking manager, and we oversee the ambassador program. With regards to the training, there is a training period when the ambassadors begin. They go through pretty standard training with staff, training on hazards, things like that. And then they do a longer period of shadowing more experienced ambassadors. So, it's sort of an on-the-job, being out in the field and actually learning how to respond to all of the different types of calls and things like that. We also do specialized training from time to time with different service providers or other trainers to provide, more specialized information. And then remind me what your second question was?
The second question is that when an ambassador finds themselves in a situation where they need extra support, who comes and supports them, and how quickly does that extra support come?
Sure. It would depend on the nature of the issue that they're experiencing. So if it's something where it's a critical safety issue or something like that, then they would call PD. And response times would be dependent on the PD response times. For other things that aren't necessarily critical health and safety, we will send out one of our parking coordinators might go out in the field to assist them. For cleanup requests, we have contractors as well as our maintenance staff who handle those. So like human waste, things like that. Those sort of things. And then they also, as Ms. Stotts mentioned, we do have the open line of communication with the different service providers in the community. So, when there is an individual who is, needing to be connected to those services, they can call those individuals.
Does your department work closely with the police department in providing some sort of training when dealing with calls, when dealing with, homeless situations or just, an emergency, especially in the downtown area?
So that's something I would have to get back to you on. I don't know what the history is on whether there's been specialized training with PD on those specific issues.
And the reason I ask this question is because I get comments a lot from the public saying, the ambassadors are so young, right? And they ask me, like, what kind of trainings do the ambassadors have? I think it would be nice if the ambassadors can have trainings with, the chief or one of their captains or lieutenants on how they can better serve the public when they're out there, or in time of crisis, how to react or how to properly report something to the police department. So when there is a call, the officer has all of the basic information that they need to address that call. So if, Ms. Bjork, if we can organize something where the ambassadors can have a training with the police department and also get trained in all of the different services that has been mentioned in this presentation, like with CityNet, SB Act.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, we do have good connection between the police department and the ambassadors. We have made an effort to really differentiate between the ambassadors as truly just ambassadors and not even quasi-security, because they are not trained, they do not have the resources to engage, and we very much encourage them to stay out of engaging in situations that might put them at risk. They do have communication ability to the police department, and they do have training in terms of connecting people to resources, and I frequently see them out talking to people who are unhoused, trying to help them and provide those informations. We do see a fairly high turnover, so there's a return on investment type of issue that we have to balance as well in terms of how far we go into training. As you know, your police force is extremely well trained, and so it's a balance of those things, but we will certainly make sure that the police force is comfortable with the level of training that the ambassadors have.
And I mean, my biggest, it's not a concern, it's just that a lot of the time, the ambassadors are the first ones to have contact with the public and with some of our folks that are living on the streets. So it would be, I think it's also beneficial for officers that are out patrolling, that when an ambassador makes a phone call, they're properly trained on giving the, dispatch the proper information. Because every second and every minute counts when there's an emergency.
I think that's very good input, and we will make sure that if that's not already occurring, that we are doing that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've been informed we need to take a quick break for our translators, so we'll do that right now and come back at 4:25. 4:25. Order, Ms. Stotts, would you go ahead, please?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor Rouse. So the next section, I'm going to be introducing our partner agencies that will be presenting at the end of staff's presentation. I just wanted to give you an introduction of who they are and what they do. And then I'll go over our collaborative efforts as a city and with these partner agencies. And then we'll pass on to SB Act and CityNet for their presentation. So SB Act, the city has contracted with SB Act since 2020 to assist the city in developing a unified strategic response to homelessness. At the core of SB Act's work has been the development of a common agenda strategic plan to address homelessness, which is to be achieved by the end of 2023. SB Act will be discussing this first year's progress in their strategic plan and will be sharing performance data from partner agencies in their presentation to council, and a written report is included as attachment 1. SB Act has other initiatives that I'll describe further along in this presentation as well. The city has contracted with CityNet since 2019 to provide street outreach and case management services to persons experiencing homelessness in Santa Barbara. Prior to establishing this partnership with CityNet, street outreach was sporadic and done by volunteers. Having CityNet to do this work has been a valuable resource to the city. In the past year, CityNet has worked closely with the city's encampment response team CityNet responds to individuals in need reports that are submitted through the city website, as Mr. Clark described earlier. And CityNet will also make its presentation on its work after SBAC's presentation. So in the past, many of the city's departmental efforts took place independently of one another. But more recently, the city has dedicated staff and funding to new initiatives, which has enabled the various groups throughout the city organization and community partners to better collaborate and enhance one another's efforts. This next section focuses more on the various collaborative efforts among the different players described today. So the first is the city's expanded partnership with the county. The city has worked in conjunction with the County of Santa Barbara to address homelessness regionally. Specifically, the city participates in the county-sponsored Elected Leaders Forum to address homelessness, where local elected officials learn about concerns and demographic trends in homelessness, discuss best practices in housing solutions, and prepare for future grant and funding opportunities on a regional level. Also in recent months, the city has partnered with the county and other county cities to secure $2.5 million in encampment resolution program funds through the state. Staff from Environmental Services and Community Development are currently working with the county to establish a memorandum of understanding for implementation of this collaborative program. Additionally, community development staff and the downtown ambassadors have started attending the South County Coordinated Outreach Team meetings led by county staff to more accurately assess the day-to-day situation in the streets and more effectively coordinate resources. And finally, to support the county's Dignity Moves project, the city provided up to 46 parking permits valued at $294,400 to use parking lot 6 for the duration of the project to offset the loss of parking spaces in the county's parking lot, since that's where the modular homes will be located. The regional action plans are led by SBACT. These are regular neighborhood-centered group meetings that bring together area stakeholders to discuss issues of concern, inform the public about efforts to address homelessness, and develop strategies to reduce the impacts of homelessness. There currently are 4 RAPs for the State Street area, that's the downtown area, East Side neighborhood, Upper State Street area, and the waterfront. Meetings are attended by residents, business leaders, and service providers. City staff from the encampment response team, police, fire, library, and community development actively participate in these meetings and address issues of concern among the community. SBACT also operates the neighborhood navigation centers in the past year to provide services in a one-stop shop location. They bring in various service providers that attend weekly to provide case management, mental health services, food distribution, medical and veterinary care, and sanitation services to persons experiencing homelessness. As mentioned earlier, the library is one of those on-site service providers. The NNCs operate Thursdays at Alameda Park, Tuesdays at the Carrillo Commuter Lot, and a third NNC recently started operating on Wednesdays at the Rescue Mission to serve the east side. So next we'll talk about a major coordinated effort that took place last year known as the Rose Garden Inn project. This city's investment in forging these partnerships facilitated our strategic and coordinated response following the Loma Alta fire. In early June, to remind Council of the events that led up to this project, in June, Council voted to declare a state of emergency due to human encampments in fire-prone areas. And as part of this declaration, Council contracted with CityNet to master lease the Rose Garden Inn to temporarily house persons living in these illegal encampments that were deemed at highest risk of fire by the encampment response team. Some of the identified fire-prone sites were located on Caltrans property, and due to existing collaborations, the encampment resolution team was able to access those sites quickly. As a result of previous coordination with CityNet, the persons displaced from those encampments had established relationships with outreach workers and were willing to relocate to the motel. SBAC created a regional action plan for the area to engage the surrounding neighborhood. The police department increased patrols in the area for the duration of the project. And CityNet conducted additional street outreach in the area to connect with individuals who were not part of the project but were also in need of assistance. The Rose Garden Inn project operated from July 5th, 2021 to January 31st, 2022. In the nearly 7 months of the project, the following was achieved. 63 persons were served, 43 men, 20 women. 12 persons were placed into permanent housing and other safe locations. 33 became document ready. This means that they obtain the necessary documentation to secure housing, such as identification cards, social security cards, and such, and were added to housing waiting lists. 13 people were connected to mental health and substance abuse treatment. 20 clients were asked, 20 had to be asked to leave the program for not following program rules. And at project's end, 27 persons returned to the street. This was partially due to COVID outbreaks, which caused closures at local shelters, leaving these individuals with no other options. A few did elect to not go to any shelter and return to the street. CityNet does continue to case manage the former motel residents wherever they ended up. The Rose Garden Inn project should be noted for the successes made during such a brief period. As we've previously reported, persons living in encampments tend to be more resistant to going to congregate shelter or accept services. Additionally, the process of making unsheltered persons document ready is typically a lengthy process due to the vulnerability of persons living in the street, whereas I've previously reported that they are more susceptible to health problems, theft, violence, trauma, and longer periods of homelessness. During their exit interviews, the persons housed during this period reported improvements in their physical disabilities, their mental health disorders, and chronic health conditions. They were able to go from survival mode and focus on their health and well-being. Although the project was budgeted at $3.23 million, the actual expenditures through January 30th totaled $2,300,552. Of this amount, $122,552 was paid with permanent local housing allocation funds from the state. And additionally, the city was able to secure $542,517 in emergency services grant funds from the County of Santa Barbara to reimburse a portion of the city's expenditures for the hotel housing. Before I conclude this portion of staff's presentation and pass it on to our partners, I'd like to go over some staff plans for the future. Homelessness, as we know, is an issue that cannot be solved solely by the city of Santa Barbara. However, the city has demonstrated leadership and initiative in ensuring collaboration among the various groups working to address this crisis. Staff will continue to expand interdepartmental coordination and enhance communication with the community on the city's efforts to address homelessness. Other initiatives we're working on include working with shelter providers to expand utilization of shelters, partnering with agencies to identify more options for housing across the spectrum, from interim to permanent housing and prevention of homelessness. And as the state of California continues to make significant investments and propose new legislation to address homelessness, staff will track new legislation and pursue new funding opportunities made available by the state and federal government. As previously reported to Council, some of these funds include Project Home Key, the Home American Rescue Plan, and the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Funds, and new funding that has been proposed by the governor for his next year's budget proposal. Okay, so now we'll hear from our partners. The first one will be from SB Act.
Ms. Stotts, we have a couple of questions before we move on. Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is now the appropriate time to ask questions about the Rose Garden Inn project?
Suppose.
that-
Oh, Ms. Bjork.
Mayor Rouse, council members, we'd prefer you to wait until our partners present, as they also participate in that project, and they may have answers to your questions, or they may be the appropriate people to respond.
Very good. Does
Thank
that
you
work
very
for you
much.
too, Mr. Friedman, or is that? Okay, one quick question then.
Okay, I'll hold my questions on that. On the neighborhood navigation centers, I just had one question on, so one is at Alameda Park, and so I'm just wondering what types of services are provided there. This is for the public. What types of services are provided there? And then being that that park is close to Kids World and there's community concern about that gets expressed. Would it be more appropriate for another location? Why was that park selected? Could we move that navigation center or not? Just trying to understand that where it's located, because we do get emails and contacts periodically about that.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, I wasn't around when it was established at Alameda Park, so I can't answer. I believe Jeff, SB Act, knows the answer to
Or
that
maybe
question.
when you present SB Act, if you could answer that question, then I'll save my questions for Rose Garden Inn later. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Sneed.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Just quickly, for numbers, an idea of How many shelter beds are we short, and how many mental health beds would we need?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, the county has reported, and I believe SBAC also knows this, in the county's plan to address homelessness, they identified 369 shelter beds in the South County. SBAC might have more specific to Santa Barbara.
And that's how many we would need?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember
Yeah, let's
Sneddon,
go ahead and
we
go to the,
addressed this in
go to our partner
presentation by
reports,
detail,
and
so
then,
happy
because
to.
it sounds like
Thank
we're
you.
going to get some more granularity there, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. So, Ms. Stotts, if you want to introduce who's coming up next, which,
Okay, so we have Rich Sanders, and I think he'll be speaking first. Then we have Barbara Anderson and Jeff Schaefer, and they'll be, each of them will be presenting.
very good, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and members of City Council. I'm Rich Sander, Executive Director of SB Act. Thank you for this opportunity to share an update of the progress we've made towards the 3-year strategic plan to reduce homelessness and its impacts in the city of Santa Barbara. And thank you for your leadership in recognizing homelessness as one of the most important and complex issues that our community is facing right now. And for prioritizing significant resources to support individuals experiencing homelessness, as well as residents and business owners that are experiencing the impacts of homelessness in our neighborhoods. I know it often feels that it will never be enough, that the circumstances keep getting worse, and no matter how much time, attention, and resources we dedicate to it, it'll always be as pervasive as it feels right now. But we're here to offer a different perspective. All signs are that we are making significant progress. This is in spite of the fact that the COVID-19 pandemic ravaged our local community, impacted government, services, and capabilities, has reduced staffing levels across all providers, and has left many individuals and families struggling to pay rent and find gainful employment while balancing the demands of childcare and a myriad of other responsibilities. We understand it's an uphill battle because we need to focus as much time and attention on the thousands of families that are experiencing housing insecurity as we do those currently unsheltered and living in inhumane conditions. But we know it's possible because every day we have city leadership, city staff, social service providers, business owners, faith-based leaders, and residents showing up. Concerned, dedicated, engaged, and solution-oriented. Despite all of the challenges of the last 2 years, we've had participation, innovation, and positive impact. We acknowledge that much work remains, and our team will always be straightforward with you about that. But we have never felt more of a sense of community than right now. The last thing I'll say before turning it over to the rest of the team is that SB Act may be the ones in front of you at the podium today, but we represent a collaborative that has an incredibly experienced 23-member leadership team, as well as 4 system-level working groups, 4 neighborhood-based regional action plans, and 3 neighborhood navigation centers. The collaborative accomplishments are only possible because of all of our partners. To get into the details of where we're at, I want to introduce Barbara Anderson, our Director of Partnerships. Barbara?
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and members of the City Council. We are going to get into the data and the results on my part of the presentation, so bear with us because we do have a lot to share with you. Next slide, please. As Rich mentioned, we're here today to provide a comprehensive update of the progress on our 3-year goals, as well as the projects and deliverables that have been completed over the past 15 months. We want to demonstrate action, results, and impact. And as Rich also said, be honest with you about the challenges that remain. When the City Council endorsed the 3-year plan to reduce homelessness and its impacts in the city of Santa Barbara in December 2020, we set out to align upwards of 40 different entities and organizations, all working to address homelessness to achieve these 4 goals. We've been able to achieve the goal on increasing the capacity of outreach and case management teams due to investments from the city and the county of Santa Barbara. But what will be important is to sustain us achieving that goal and perhaps overachieve it. The other goals are still in progress, and we'll speak in detail about that this afternoon. I'm now going to provide a briefing on the strategies that we prioritized over the last year to achieve these goals and what we learned from them. Next slide, please. So our first goal is housing related. And as you saw in the memorandum attached to the council agenda report, we provide in detail that although we did not have significant gains in affordable housing units in the past year, we were able to utilize emergency housing vouchers that created 89 available units for individuals to be housed. Again, that crossed over the end of 2021 and the beginning of 2022. So we'll report out in more detail on our quarterly progress for this year. Our Housing and Shelter Working Group, as you see in the first strategy, reviewed several zoning maps and worked with local developers and commercial real estate groups to vet and pursue underutilized and vacant lots to actually relocate the pallet shelters from the Isla Vista community to the city of Santa Barbara after their emergency permitting and use was completed in that region. As we were in process, what we learned from the County of Santa Barbara of the expense for both infrastructure development improvements as well as utilities needed prior to placement of those pallet homes was really almost exceeding or reaching the per person cost of that of a motel, hotel, non-congregate emergency shelter. So at the time, because we had county present in our Housing and Shelter Working Group conversations, they shared with us that lesson learned, and it actually created the diversion of resources from the city of Santa Barbara from an unused grant program to create the bridge housing units that were available in March of 2020. So I just want to reemphasize that we are learning every step of the way, that communication with the county is very much present in our working group and our steering committee conversations, and weighing the expense. I think what we're seeing on paper when it comes to the pallet shelter projects and even the modular unit project with Dignity Moves is that there are a lot of additional expenses with general services and other departments that aren't included in that contract with a social service provider in terms of the total amount you're seeing. So it's important to take and weigh in consideration the total cost for temporary housing units as well as more permanent housing units. So at each turn, we had partners and supporters showing up here in front of City Council to advocate in support of these projects, and all of them moved forward with overwhelming support. So we had the overwhelming support for the bridge housing units in the expansion and dedication of those resources in March of 2020, and then we had overwhelming support for the temporary safe shelter project at the Rose Garden Inn to mitigate, again, wildfire threat and fire threat in the city of Santa Barbara. Lastly, I just want to touch on this last strategy, which is really looking at the availability of ADUs as well as shared housing opportunities. And as you know, there's 600 plus ADUs in the permitting process at all different stages. We absolutely think that there's an opportunity moving forward to work more closely with partners on being able to utilize them, especially as they come into, again, full use. But also the shared housing opportunities. And so you'll hear from CityNet too, they were able to utilize more of the emergency housing vouchers in a very short period of time because of shared housing opportunities. So again, even with dealing with the housing crisis, we were able to achieve positive outcomes in that regard. Next slide, please. So housing retention, once they're placed in housing, we want to make sure they're successfully retained in those housing units. We've worked closely with the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara to analyze their data regarding evictions and to understand challenges in retaining clients in housing. Overall, Santa Barbara County has a high retention rate, but we're finding that the reality behind the data is how time-consuming it is to support clients transitioning from chronic homelessness to housing, and in most situations, there's insufficient funding for supportive services to provide the appropriate level of care that's needed. A lot of this feedback has been incorporated in recent efforts, including the funding of supportive services to support clients with the emergency housing vouchers. But more needs to be done to increase allocation for supportive services that are available through federal and state funding, as well as supplementing supportive services with philanthropic dollars. In support of helping clients transition into housing, we worked with our Housing Retention Working Group to create what we call the Good Neighbor Handbook. This is a tool that utilized information and best practices from several service providers to create a more consistent, streamlined document on how to be a good tenant, creating pathways of communication between property management and case management, and life skill building. The Good Neighbor Handbook is now being used to support the 215 clients countywide that were recently housed through the Emergency Housing Voucher Program and are primarily living in units with private landlords. So again, a tool created within the working groups of the collaborative that is now being utilized countywide. Next slide, please. So as you heard earlier, there are a number of agencies that currently practice diversion, and this includes relocation, reunification, and rapid rehousing to divert individuals and families from the emergency shelter system. These are the lowest cost, most impactful strategies that we can put in play to help individuals off the streets, as well as relocate them out of the area to connect with family, friends, as well as job and housing opportunities. CityNet alone facilitated 11 relocations across our 3 regional action plans, now 4, and the City of Santa Barbara Police Department Restorative Policing Program, as well as the Co-Response Unit, as you learned earlier today, facilitated 63 of those in the last year. The county continuum of care has also invested in a diversion program that is being facilitated currently by Good Samaritan. You can access a diversion specialist in North, Mid, and South County if you are at risk of losing your housing or experiencing homelessness. Given the success of these strategies, to the last bullet here, SB Act has built in a flexible whatever it takes fund in support of our neighborhood navigations centers. So as clients are being case managed by CityNet, we have the flexible, unrestricted resources to facilitate relocation, reunification, and rapid rehousing. And this is something, again, we learned in those working group conversations, that there needed to be more unrestricted dollars that were not associated to a government contract or a government grant, again, allowing for any solution to be in play as we're having these conversations with clients. Next slide, please. So the last goal, in December 2020, the Act on Homelessness Collaborative successfully advocated for doubling of CityNet's capacity for outreach and case management in the city of Santa Barbara, from 1 team as part of SB Connect Home to 2 teams. This funding, approved by City Council and provided through PHLA, achieved 65 street exits just in the first 3 quarters of 2021. So I want to pause there. You had double the capacities. You were able to achieve this goal with additional funds allocated by City Council and the City of Santa Barbara overall. We were able to move so much more quickly in terms of street exits because of that double capacity. When we lost that capacity because resources were diverted to the temporary safe shelter project, we had less numbers in terms of street exits. So again, I know looking at where resources are limited going into the next 2 fiscal years in the budgeting process, I just, again, want to pinpoint when we do have that double capacity, we are able to achieve exponentially higher, more positive outcomes. So once funding as part of SB Connect Home ended in June 2021, we were down to 1 team, and then that team was redirected to support, again, the Rose Garden Inn project. However, we've been able to supplement this through the neighborhood navigation centers. We actually have a separate contract with CityNet to specifically support up to 20 clients at a time with case management and housing navigation services at those 3 locations. So Jeff will speak later to the success of expanded and dedicated outreach and case management services as it relates to the RAPs and the NNCs in just a moment. So we're proud that we've been able to deploy all of the strategies that we prioritized in the first year of strategic plan implementation, and that we have been able to achieve measurable success. But given that we're already 3 months into 2022, we also want to take the opportunity to update you on the new strategies and current projects that are being implemented by each of the working groups this year. Do you want me to pause there in case there's any questions on the data for the high-level goals?
Thank you. Thank you, Barbara. I just wanted a clarification. So we had 2 outreach teams, and then 1 was moved over to the Rose?
Yes, yeah.
And at the Rose, we basically had 11 people get into permanent housing.
It's 12, yes.
12.
Yeah.
But from the numbers you said, we had 65.
So those
the other way, so
are-
I'm just wondering, did we
Yeah.
actually, by opening the Rose, did we actually reduce your capacity and actually have a reduced result? Because 65 divided by 2 is like 30 approximately versus 12.
In terms of the other neighborhoods related to our regional action plans, yes. So again, I want to highlight every service provider was understaffed for an extended period of time and continues to deal with those challenges moving forward. And so the reallocation of those resources was absolutely needed to ensure any level of positive outcome from the temporary safe shelter project outside of fire mitigation, right? But again, now that we are back and we have those dedicated teams with CityNet in each of those neighborhoods, it does make a huge difference. So again, case management and outreach, that's why it was one of the high-level goals selected by our 23-member steering committee, is because it does make that much of a difference in terms of facilitating that day-to-day outreach, getting folks connected to services, and being able to provide the much-needed formal case management. And I will get into a little bit more of the numbers in terms of shelter beds and permanent housing units as well.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I did not understand what you were saying in this last bit when you said there were 63 street exits and that it doubled the capacity for street exits. Is that counting the rows? Those are the street exits?
So actually, Jeff will speak to the street exit goal that we had in terms of 100 street exits by the end of 2021. We were able to achieve 99. And so I just want to clarify that that is specific to our regional action plan approach. The citywide data CityNet will report on. So the street exit number is actually greater than that. But in terms of the goal that we set out to achieve as the Act on Homelessness Collaborative, we were 99 of 100. What we included in the Rose Garden Inn project, because those were not nor temporary nor permanent street exits in a totality, we were tracking the number when they were placed in that temporary safe shelter project, but once we had the final number of those who actually returned to the streets, we eliminated that from our goal. So we were actually at 127, we went back down considerably. But we did have some gains in the last quarter of 2021 in terms of other exits that were facilitated, just not as much as the first 3 quarters of the year.
That answers one of my
Okay.
questions about, so if it isn't a permanent street exit, you're not counting it as a street exit if it was sort of temporary time. I mean, out of those like 40-something either returned to the streets or didn't accept further services, so we don't count those as street exits, do we?
Mayor Russ and Councilmember Sneddon, we count both temporary and permanent street exits. But when they're returning back to the street, that is neither a temporary nor permanent street exit. So we count, if they accept a referral to an emergency shelter bed, that is a temporary street exit that we count. If they accept a referral to a bridge housing program, we accept that as a temporary referral. Of the 99 street exits we had in 2021, 35 of those were permanently housed.
Okay, thank you so much. And if I could just make a request that you might speak a little bit slower.
Okay, I know we have a lot to cover.
There's so much detail, and it's
Absolutely, I can
important.
definitely do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please
Okay.
continue.
Next slide, please. We're going to go to working group progress for 2022. Next slide. So as you've heard, we have 4 different working groups. So how we structure the Act on Homelessness Collaborative is we have this incredible leadership team, right? Diverse representation from across the community, across sectors. Then we go into working groups. Working groups meet monthly. And these are very service provider driven, but anyone's welcome to engage. And we actually have participation throughout, again, community representatives and across sectors. This is where we're dealing with system level barriers. We're dealing with issues that, again, impact multiple providers, not just one. And again, day-to-day challenges that service providers are reporting back to us to say, is there a way that we can come up with a solution to overcome these barriers, increase effectiveness and efficiency in how we deliver our programs, or are there tools that we can create and then make them available to be used by multiple providers, again, to increase the effectiveness and efficiency of how we deliver those services. So as we go through this year, next slide, please. We're going to continue the same format. So this is monthly facilitated meetings. We coordinate across partner agencies. We develop and implement these strategies. So all of the strategies that I reported on progress for the last year, we have new strategies in play this year. Some of them, again, will continue and be sustained, but we know that every year the population dynamics, the needs are changing, and so we want to be adaptable to that. Next slide, please. So our homelessness prevention working group, I think what's really exciting about this year is that we're actually being able to respond to some of the concerns from our providers about the flexibility of resources again. So this is separate from the Whatever Takes Fund at the Neighborhood Navigation Centers that's specific to reunification, diversion, and relocation. We have now created and have started to seed a fund with private investment for dollars for homelessness prevention. And so again, we heard from a multitude of providers that the government funding is too restrictive for some of these unique circumstances. So when there is a family or a household that has that unexpected expense of dental care, medical care, that expensive car repair, and they're at risk of not being able to pay their rent for that month, is there an opportunity for them to be able to pursue some resource and some help to do that? We do have programs like the City Housing Authority has a program to help their tenants. We have programs with the Family Service Agency, Communify, that are family self-sufficiency and empowerment programs. We have now brought all of those agencies to the same working group. So it's not just homeless care providers. We've expanded that outreach because we feel like, again, the conversation, the coordination among all of those agencies should be really close and open and honest about what's available and not available, especially in terms of who can take in a referral at any given time. So one, we heard that there needs to be more flexible resources in homelessness prevention. We've created and started that fund literally just 2 months ago. So we're excited to be able to announce that, and we're going to be working with the working group partners to create a process that is really streamlined, easily accessible, hopefully not bureaucratic, but at the same time, we want to be able to report back data to you of the success of our ability to be able to keep individuals and families housed because of their ability to access the flexible resources that are available there. The other piece I wanted to point out here is that the sharing information and best practices. So a lot of last year, as you read in my memorandum, was focused on the emergency rental assistance and utility assistance program. Upwards of $17 million were distributed just in the 2 districts alone that cover the city of Santa Barbara. We had over 1,000 families served. Again, these are the same families that are at risk of losing their housing because of the last eviction protections that have been lifted by the state of California. So we do have an extension for those that have a rental assistance application in process. They have until June. But again, many families, they were able to receive some assistance, but not full assistance because they were using third-party loan providers or family help or other assistance, things that weren't allowed to be used for document and eligibility through that program. And we have those, again, that are completely in fear of participating in any of those processes that we know are at risk of losing their housing as well. We are going to see a shift. We are hearing from every provider. There wasn't an immediate uptick in need in the last week, but we are absolutely anticipating to see that need over the next several months. Next slide, please. So our housing and shelter working group, the utilization of the emergency housing vouchers, again, you've heard time and time again. So this is not included. Some of it is. Some of it has crossover in terms of the 12 street exits from the Rose Garden Inn. But the 89 individuals and households that are utilizing those vouchers spread throughout the city and other parts of the county. There was 215 issued countywide, and again, the supportive services are provided by Good Samaritan Shelter for the next 2 years, with the 3rd year of funding still to be determined. So I want to separate that out in terms of those are still street exits, right? But they're not per our street exit goal and regional action plan. CityNet can report out on the progress to that when they speak next. We also have received word that the City Housing Authority is reopening their Section 8 housing voucher wait list on May 1st. So they're sharing that information far and wide. This is another huge opportunity to get folks that wouldn't otherwise be able to afford housing here the opportunity to be housed. The last piece of this is the Dignity Moves project, and I think it's been touched on by city staff and city leadership. Especially, we've done presentations of our regional action plans and working groups over the last couple of weeks. This will make a huge difference to downtown because of the geographic boundaries and prioritization that has been negotiated with city staff and county staff. So it's really important for SB Act, as well as Downtown Santa Barbara Organization and others, to make the best referrals to that project. One, to make sure that the project itself is a success, but also to make that visible impact to downtown Santa Barbara. 33 folks off the street there, I will tell you, as a resident of downtown, will make that impact that we absolutely need for all of the business owners, residents that have been so patient, right? They have been completely engaged, communicating with us regularly, waiting to see the difference of those really vulnerable individuals that need comprehensive support, mental health services, et cetera, to be able to transition them. So it is all hands on deck right now to build that trust and rapport with folks that aren't open to accepting that referral, to have them be in a place of comfort to be able to accept that referral when they open in June and July. Next slide, please. These are the numbers. So these are the numbers that we included in our strategic plan at its onset. So this is the need. This will be updated per the 2022 point-in-time count, but that's going to take some time. And because our point-in-time count is actually lower than the previous year, we don't consider there to be a significant adjustment in terms of what the needs we're seeing yet. The emergency shelter bed number is 262. The permanent supportive housing number is 232. Again, specific to the city of Santa Barbara, not including countywide data. Next slide, please. This is our progress. So I want to point out a couple of different ways to look at these metrics right now. In terms of emergency shelter beds, we have not had an expansion of the availability of those beds, partly because of COVID. So even the sheltered count of the point-in-time count this year was actually lower than previous years because we have less folks in the congregate shelter setting because of the COVID-19 pandemic. But we've had no gains. So this is where we keep emphasizing is that we're going to be able to deploy other strategies when we're able to meet at least 60% of this need. And we know that from other communities that are also working to address that need so that they can utilize other restorative policing program, co-response unit program, and law enforcement strategies. The last piece of this is the 232 permanent supportive housing units. Although we didn't have a creation or opening of a new development in 2021 in the city of Santa Barbara, the utilization of these emergency housing vouchers through the City Housing Authority is able to meet 38% of that need. I want to touch on the transitional housing. So this was when the Bridge Housing Program 15 units were approved in March 2020, and then the 35 units at the Rose Garden Inn for the temporary safe shelter project. Those are now eliminated. So we were back at 0. But we have the 33 Dignity Moves units that, again, the geographic prioritization is downtown, so we're back up to 28% of meeting that need. I hope I spoke slowly enough for that because this is tangible progress, right? But it also demonstrates how much work we still have left to do. Okay. Next slide, please. And lastly, the Housing Retention Working Group. So what's been interesting is that this working group is closely coordinated with the County of Santa Barbara and the County Continuum of Care. So our planning objectives are aligned. We co-facilitate this group, again, trying to make sure that we're reaching these gains in housing retention. And what the service provider partners have shared with us is that it would be really great to make this an open forum to talk about challenges they're experiencing with clients that have been recently housed. So that's exactly what it is. They set the agenda, they talk about the challenges, and we work through what some successful approaches have been implemented to be able to overcome those challenges. We're also facilitating regular trainings through the Housing Retention Working Group because we know there's never enough time for service providers to keep up on the skills, learn new best practices and approaches. So we want to create this avenue for them to be able to do that. Next slide, please. And our lived experience working group, I think, again, many of you have been part of meeting with this group. I know the Downtown Santa Barbara organization, Councilmember Jordan was just at a cleanup where they showed up in force. These are folks that have lived the experience of homelessness that are informing every part of the work that we do at the Act on Homeless Collaborative. It's so important for us to not only have them at our leadership level, which we do at our steering committee, participation and engagement in our working groups and our regional action plans, but they also meet separately. We talk with them, have that smaller forum where we're listening to their experiences, challenges, what they're hearing on the street, and again, how we can improve our delivery of services to be able to address those needs. Next slide, please. We are on to regional action plans. And so Jeff Schaefer, Director of Initiatives at SB Act, is going to be talking through in more detail what we're trying to achieve with the neighborhood navigation centers as well as the regional action plans. Any questions for me before I step away from the podium? I can always come
Actually,
back.
before we do that, I'm going to suggest to my colleagues, because we've got some material to cover, let's let everybody do their
Great.
presentations, and then we can have our questions all together then. If you guys are okay with that, thank you.
All right, thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. Good to be with you, Mayor Rouse, members of the City Council. As I talk about RAPs, you've all been on the RAPs. If I were to ask you what a RAP was years ago, you probably would have known. Wouldn't put it together with a regional action plan. But really, I get the joy and honor of kind of running those, and I want to Barbara also and Kayla also help with those RAPs. I might get a little more philosophical than just data-driven and strategic with you as why we run the RAPs. Why did we create those? really because our mantra is no one wants to be impacted by homelessness. So I realized over the amount of time I've been doing this work that it's not just people on the streets, families, people living in vehicles that are impacted by homelessness, but it's State Street, it's East Side, it's Upper State Street, it's our business community hotel owners and residents that are impacted. And so we wanted to create something to where usually what happens a lot of times is a polarization due to lack of understanding sometimes of what the city's role is, what law enforcement's role is, what does behavioral wellness do, what does CityNet do, what does SB Act do. And we're not seeing enough movement from the public perspective that there's a lot of anger and disappointment and misunderstanding about what is and isn't being done. So the RAPs are really created to create an environment where your residents, hotel owners, business owners, service providers, city staff, law enforcement, library, all the different partners can get together and start talking about what's happening in each individual neighborhood. And I really want to give just an appreciation myself for you and city staff and city council for getting behind this model, and also I got to give a appreciation to Lieutenant Kushner and Katsapas for consistently being on those calls and available all the time to respond. I want to give a shout out to them, as well as all of our service providers. So we have been running, I can go to the next slide, that'll show what the 4 are. And as mentioned, these are weekly meetings. They've been happening East Side, State Street, and on the waterfront. And the purpose of these meetings is to bring together all the stakeholders, look at best practices to reduce homelessness, but if we need to, also look at innovations to reduce homelessness neighborhood by neighborhood. So we know that each neighborhood, the homelessness looks the same, it looks unique. And what I appreciate about involving the residents and business owners and hotel owners in the process is that oftentimes they know the individuals that are right in front of the hotel or business, know them by name, they are not anti-homeless, they want to see more supports, and what they begin to do is know how to contact behavioral wellness, know how to contact CityNet, know how to get the exact help that they need. One of the important things that we did this year is we created the Homelessness Response Directory. So for the first time, we could put in everyone's hands who to call, what to say, and what to expect. And I think those are confusing factors sometimes for the general public about who to call and actually what to say. How do you get co-response versus how do you just get law enforcement? What can you expect from behavioral wellness if they appear? How long will it take CityNet to potentially be on site? So to me, they've been a huge success. I'll show you in a minute some of the numbers as far as we aimed for that reduction by 100 number throughout our regional action plans. But the main success has been the lack of polarization, the agreement, and the unity on trying to achieve some of the same goals together across our city. I had one waterfront member come to me at one of our neighborhood navigation centers and explicitly thank all the partners on the RAP for it being kind of a game changer for the waterfront and how effective response was. So last group I really want to thank is just the City Environmental Services, Renee Arley, Christopher Clark, and creating the encampment link and the system to take in all the information from the community. So now you have hotel owners and business owners and residents who know how to report what's either an encampment or somebody in need, and the city is able to call out the right agency to make impact. And that has really changed what we need to do in the RAPs, so now we can reduce our regional action plans in number of meetings. So one of the major ways I know that for myself is my inbox from the community members as far as things happening in the city has depleted. So I really think the city has created now a structure, and the RAPs have helped that so that all of our partners know what to do. So one of the things we worked on was wanting to get 100 people off the street, so you can go to the next slide. And so this is how we wanted to make that happen. These weekly facilitated meetings, working with CityNet, behavioral wellness, ambassadors, law enforcement, co-response, neighborhood partners, to create kind of this intensive neighborhood management outreach teams. As Barbara described, we have flexible resources or whatever it takes funds should they be needed, incentives for people to move forward if needed as they kind of access services. And then the increase in shelter bed capacity, that was a challenge, as Barbara has mentioned, due to COVID. Just that's something we've really struggled with, but it didn't stop us from trying to work with PATH or Rescue Mission or Transition House or Salvation Army to actually access shelter beds for our clients. Barbara also mentioned when we talk about street exits is potentially permanent solutions, which are reunification or diversion. So that has already been covered by SBPD, talking about that could be with family, friends out in the county, outside of the county, or it could be with other services. So those are permanent solutions as far as in permanent housing, and then our temporary solutions, transitional housing, and emergency sheltering. So that's how we define street exits. It's similar definition that we adopted working closely with CityNet. So did we achieve our number? If you go to the next slide. You can look at the numbers by quarters, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter. The total comes to 99. The good news is 35 of those are permanently supportively housed, and that's the ultimate goal, to solve homelessness by permanent supportive housing. And you can look at kind of the mix between 20 exits east side, 20 exits waterfront, and 40 exits from State Street. So this really comes from a really close partnership with CityNet on all of our regional action plan calls, being Emily Koval, Al Ortiz, being very responsive, being on the calls, being responsive, giving out their personal cell numbers if needed to be effective in helping people exit homelessness. So that's kind of a quick summation of the RAPs. I want to appreciate all the time, and I want to let you know that we are working on a RAP reduction plan to where we're going to have one RAP for each neighborhood per month, and we're going to have a once-a-month all-call. We will always be available to take concerns, but we also feel like the city has really set up the database and the system, and we have the directory now, and so we don't need as many meetings, and we want to free up everyone's time as well. But SBAC will always be available to jump in if needed. Next slide. Talking about the Neighborhood Navigation Centers, so to answer the question about, I'll start with Alameda Park, because Alameda Park is the first neighborhood navigation center. My understanding is Alameda Park started in 2005 as Westmont's Bread of Life. Westmont students purchasing food, cooking food, bringing it down to be with people on the streets. We joined approximately 2013, and what we began to work with Westmont on is expanding it to other faith communities providing the meals, and they would be more freed up to relational care. In a few years back, the city approached us at Alameda Park, the city and public health, and said they would like us, Parks and Recreation and Public Health, they would like us to go through meal providing training with public health, and also sign out all of our spaces with all of our meal providers, which we all did. So we went through all the processes with Parks and Rec. We have the insurance. We went through the training so that we could have licensed kitchens for all the meals. The other deal that I made with Parks and Rec is at that time at Alameda Park, there were 3 meals going on. There was a Monday night meal, there was a Wednesday night meal, and a Thursday night meal. And what I said with Parks and Recreation is I'll make a deal with you if we make this process happen, and I will move all the other meal providers to 1 night a week. Recognizing that if you do have 3 nights a week, potentially the impacts at a park are going to be large. I can say from my experience, and I think our data backs it up from point in time count, from CityNet census, is that homelessness is in every one of our neighborhoods, whether you talk about near the library, the county building, our parks, it's everywhere. So at Alameda Park, what we also did is we collect data. We collect data on how many people come to the park. We collect data, for a long time, we collected data on how many people were there when we were done. And Friday morning, is there an impact throughout the week because of a meal sharing? I think it's backed up by data to say that 1 meal sharing a week at a local park does not create the impact of just increasing homelessness at that park. We have homelessness in our parks, we have homelessness in our city. The neighborhood navigation centers are set up, so this is really important because I've worked within these meal sharings and neighborhood navigation centers for a while. A good number of people that are chronically homeless and hesitant right now to take services have lost trust sometimes in our system. They've lost trust sometimes in our partners. And the Neighborhood Navigation Center exists to create a dignified space where people can come, whether it be Alameda Park, whether it be the Rescue Mission, whether it be the commuter lot, and have face-to-face conversations again with all these service providers and rebuild trust and gain access into the system. That's why having a partner such as the library is so important, or having partners such as Faith Community Partners or Westmont students or people that are just there compassionately, create a dignified space, restore the human touch, are the natural bridge builders back to CityNet, back to behavioral wellness, back to Doctors Without Walls. All these service providers are key. We received funding from the city. We received matching funding from other partners to increase our neighborhood navigation centers from 1 to 3 this year. Very excited to say that probably on average, it is an average of 150 to 170 individuals served through neighborhood navigation centers, a lot of them being unique. The reason why we wanted to start a neighborhood navigation center at the Rescue Mission on the east side is because we know that people on the streets tend to navigate 8 to 12 blocks on a given day. And so if we want to bring everyone to people on the streets, we needed to have something in each neighborhood. And so that was our desire over time to create one on the east side, knowing that there are east side residents that are probably not going to travel to Alameda Park or necessarily the commuter lot. What we learned at the start, and I want to thank Councilmember Jordan for stealing the giant scissors from your office, Mayor Rouse, for that event, for the opening of that event. What we've learned about the folks on the east side is that it is something they wanted. It is something they craved for, and I believe it's an average of 35 to 40 people showed up first 2 weeks from east side. I want to stress that what we're trying to do is move everyone from relief to solution orientation. So the data we're actually collecting is, Barbara mentioned, we have case management in connection with CityNet. We are not a CES site, but we are a CES, a coordinated entry outreach site, which means that CityNet can also do some documentation as well. Our goal is to get people document ready. Our goal is to get people restored and back into the system. I had somebody years ago come back to me at Alameda Park who had been there probably chronically homeless for a number of years, disappeared, came back to me later and said, "Thank you, Jeff, for the meal sharings." At that time, there were no meal sharings because it was my one connection back to healthy community that helped me out of homelessness. She came back all the way from, I think, Colorado, just to come back to the partners and let everyone know how thankful she was of everyone being there at the park. So that's part of what we're trying to achieve. You can look at some of the numbers of what we have currently achieved. The number of meals and showers and medical encounters and 22 case management clients, the Care for Paws, people with pets coming. You know, sometimes people with pets, it is, when it comes to housing, right? That's another unique population that we need to be connected with because sometimes their pets can stand in the way sometimes if they don't want to give up their pet or they don't have housing with pets. So that's a very important part of what we're trying to do as well. I think I had one more thought that just went outside of my brain. But again, I want to thank you for your support. This is what I wanted to say. It's grown from this year from 22 partners to 30 partners at the park. I don't have enough time at the NNCs to thank everyone enough, all the agencies that work together. But to see the natural warm handoffs between agencies, Doctors Without Walls, walking somebody over to behavioral wellness, walking them over to CityNet or vice versa. This is the kind of stuff that we've needed, I think, for years. It's that relational, dignified touch that collaboration of partners, and so I'm very appreciative of the support. I think I'm now going to bring Barbara Anderson back up, our Director of Partnerships.
Just 2 more slides. I know it's been a lot of information and a lot of data. And as Jeff noted, I'm usually the data person, so if you have any questions, I'll be ready and available to answer them. These last 2 slides are, yes, a lot of progress have been made and has been made, but what are these key challenges that we really need to focus on and prioritize resources for the next year? So a couple of things, and again, there is more to this list, and I would touched on some of those lessons learned in my previous comments, but the emergency shelter bed capacity is really significant in terms of, again, our ability to deploy all of the strategies and solutions that are available to us. The mental health crisis response, support, and ongoing treatment, you heard from the police chief, absolutely, we're all aligned in terms of the need there, and more resources needing to be dedicated to those approaches. We also think there's an opportunity for more coordination and collaboration there. Availability of affordable housing. So last year, the county reported out the total amount of dollars that is being dedicated to homelessness and housing. And at that time, this was July 2020 to June 2021. Countywide, $42 million plus was being dedicated to address homelessness and housing. And of that, only $19.8 million was county dollars. So that is less than 50%. And that includes every jurisdiction, that includes philanthropic resources, right? So in terms of influencing where dollars are directed, where they're prioritized, there's a lot of opportunity to be able to speak with other jurisdictions, other service providers, other philanthropic partners to be able to align those resources to make true impact. And of that allocation, only 1% was dedicated to homelessness prevention. Obviously, that number will change in the last reporting fiscal year because of the emergency rental and utility assistance program. But permanent supportive housing-wise, only 25% was dedicated countywide, and 7% of those dollars by the county. So that $19.8 million, only 7% was dedicated to permanent supportive housing in the previous fiscal year. So again, another opportunity to really have those conversations about how we can coordinate and leverage dollars, as well as the new dollars that are coming in from federal and state government sources. Next and last slide. Prioritization moving forward. So anything that we can do in terms of transitioning what we consider to be large congregate shelter environments where we know there's impact to the neighborhood, they're not necessarily ideal for delivery of services for those with unique mental health needs or substance abuse disorders. Can we be more creative when it comes to making sure that we're meeting that need, and again, being able to deploy other strategies simultaneously? The stronger coordination with mental health service providers and expanding volunteer engagement. I think many of you are aware that there's other communities throughout the nation that are really leveraging volunteer groups to do that initial conversation, trust building, de-escalation, identifying basic mental health needs to be able to, again, refer to the appropriate partner. The last piece is the flexible funds for homelessness prevention. Although we started to see this funding with private resources, there is absolutely an opportunity, like I had mentioned, in terms of the few dollars that are currently allocated to be able to address the gap that we very much see. So we hear regularly from community members and from those who are having the experience themselves, we're just about to lose our housing. Is there anything you can do? So there is a considerable gap in terms of being able to help people through that process. So rapid rehousing dollars start within 30 days or 15 days of losing your housing. But before that, you know that you can look 2 or 3 months out, right? Are you at risk? That housing insecurity in general. What can we do to be able to allocate resources to prioritize those circumstances? We absolutely think that there's an opportunity for the Act on Homelessness Collaborative and for the city to be more creative in terms of how we make sure that those who are housing insecure, thousands and thousands that we do not have the data for, get the support that they need. I'm going to turn it over lastly to our executive director again.
Thank you. So we have made great strides in the past 15 months on our common agenda goals. As you've heard today, we are all accomplishing what we've set out to do. We gathered the best minds in service providers and homelessness, and we made actionable, thoughtful, 3-year achievable goals that move the needle forward on homelessness in the city of Santa Barbara. I know it's tempting to forget about the progress we've made when the issue is so prevalent. However, I ask you to please trust this process and the work that you have already soundly invested in. In the past, We've seen collaborative efforts come and go. And what often happens is we begin with a plan and we follow it until there is a change in political leadership or agencies become accustomed to coordination and then funding stops, and in a matter of months, we're back to where we started from. We are 15 months into a 3-year plan. In this coming year, we can look at other means of sustainability or processes that can be delegated to city staff or other partner agencies, but let us not lose sight of our 3-year goals. We are on track to meet all of our common agenda goals with the exception of increasing new affordable housing units, which is still in process, and we're scheduled to meet that goal over the next 4 to 5 years. At SB Act, we've committed to matching your public dollars with private funding in both the work of collaboration and the neighborhood navigation centers. Through the SB Foundation, the Hutton Parker Foundation, the Natalie Orfila Foundation, the Taubes Foundation, the Ann Jackson Family Foundation, and other private foundations, we have raised over $415,000 in matching funds, making your investment double dollar for dollar. These have not only matched the city contributions for the past 2 years, but we have secured a future match of funding through 2023. So please, we ask that you let us finish this partnership strong, accomplishing what we've set out to do and knowing that we have changed the landscape of Santa Barbara. We cannot thank you enough for partnering with us, partnering with the countless foundations and service providers, businesses, and residents, all to see the big picture on homelessness, to learn from each other and understand what is currently being done, and then to streamline resources to have the greatest impact. We are so proud of what we have accomplished, and we hope today that you share in these accomplishments. We are making great strides, one step at a time, but all together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to CityNet, I believe.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Pleasure to be here. We do consider it a privilege to be part of the coalition here in Santa Barbara to address the challenge that we're all facing. So my name is Brad Fieldhouse. I'm the Executive Director of CityNet. And with me today is my colleague, Emily Koval, who's our Regional Supervisor that oversees all of our staff. Just one comment. Thank you for your courage for this is not an easy topic. If it were easy, we would have solved it. This is complex. It's very difficult. These are real lives. So thanks for your courage for going after this. It is not easy. I know I've had a lot of those wrap calls with a lot of you. This is tough. And it feels like it's a resource deficient, and it feels like we're taking steps forward, and then we realize some regressions. But the reality is, as SB Act was alluding to, we are making progress here. I mean, lots of cities all up and down Southern California, and we should be proud of the work that we're actually doing across the board. And that's supervisors from the county level all the way down to local staff, a lot of providers. So we're going to share a little bit about kind of what our unique role is. We realize we're just one agency, a service provider agency within many agencies that are working together here in the city. Specifically, we're here because of the Rose Garden and that particular project, so we'll be available to answer any questions. But just let us walk through a little bit of sort of kind of from our point of view, our unique seat on the bus, if you will, as we address this. First slide. This is a little bit about who we are as an organization. Some of you, this is our first time presenting to you specifically. I have lots of friends who have lots of jobs and they go home and their phones stop ringing. My phone never stops ringing, as much like yours. This is a 24/7 operation, and we take it very passionately as well. I know a lot of you are working lots of hours on this project. Specifically, that I'd love to draw your attention to is sort of how we've grown as an agency here in the city. All of our context, we are a countywide agency now. Started with our HEAP project here in the city of Santa Barbara, but we've now expanded. We're going to kind of share a little bit about what is CityNet doing. We get that question a lot, like where are you guys working and what are you guys doing? We hope to sort of quickly and briefly kind of show you what we're doing and how that comes to bear on the city. So all the data we're going to be sharing is relative to the city, not our ongoing work countywide. But you can see there that currently we have 4.5 staff, or FTEs, full-time equivalents, that are working in the city of Santa Barbara. And additionally, we have 24.5 that are working countywide now. And that represents a breadth of expertises and skill sets. We'll show you where those people are working on what projects. But a lot of that comes to bear with county resources helping support the local efforts here that we're doing here in this city. Next slide. This just kind of shows a little bit about sort of who we are. We are proud to be a member of the steering committee. I sit on the steering committee with SB Act, so that we can sort of mine after best practices together. You can see there, we as an agency, we do a lot of these actually now in the county, but we sort of, our skill sets are really kind of honed in around street outreach. That's where we kind of built our brand early on. I actually started this organization in 2003 by attending my neighborhood meeting. I happened to live in Long Beach at the time, and I went to a neighborhood meeting. And next thing you know, here we are today, and we've still been working on this. Started having genuine conversations with individuals on the streets. Shelter operations, we do that in a lot of different places. Lots of different aspects of housing. Supportive services, you'll hear a little bit about some of what we're doing now here with the Housing Authority. Brand new. Censuses, point-in-time counts, we do that and facilitate a lot of those in a lot of places. All of our staff, we encourage them to participate in those in every which way we go. And most recently, we have been doing some of the police diversion, where if there's not a nexus to criminality, which the vast majority of interactions with homeless individuals are housing nexus, not criminal nexus. We do a number of things where we are taking literally 911 calls routed right to us, and we go out now, and we're sort of looking to see how we can incorporate some of those kind of practices. We are less expensive, and it's actually more on point because actually it's housing resources that are often needed, not necessarily de-escalation of other times. We do need them, and we have them on speed dial when we need them, but by and large, most of those calls can be handled by folks that have housing nexus expertise. Next slide. Here's sort of a quick overview, 2 slides. This is what we have been doing for you and with you in the city of Santa Barbara since we got here. These are the projects, these are the dollar amounts, this is what we have been doing. We're going to share some of the numbers of what we've been able to accomplish here in the city after these couple slides. Sometimes it's tricky, as we've experienced in this meeting today, to try to slice and dice numbers and say, well, was this tied to this project and what was tied to this project? The reality is, and some of the numbers we're going to share with you about our results in the city since we've been here, a lot of those, the truth be told, is people move, projects move, we move. When a project ends, we take all those clients and we move them in HMIS to another project. So our case management relationships stay the same, and at the risk of sometimes sounding like we're double counting, or wait a second, you exited them here and then now you have them. The truth of the matter is that's how it happens sometimes. Sometimes we take people from the Rose Garden, for example. We didn't stop working with any of those individuals. We kept working with them, and Emily will share a few. We've had positive results, though more difficult from the streets. We've had even positive results with those individuals post-Rose Garden. So what we'll show you at the end is sort of our overall results that we track through HMIS as a single agency in a bigger continuum. But these are the projects right here. So it started with the HEAP grant. That was the massive collaborative project that we did. It was actually groundbreaking in many respects in the state. It was a true collaboration, Cottage Hospital, PATH, PD, fire, on and on and on and on. We were a pleasure to be part of it. We were recipients of $1.28 million of that larger grant. PLHA, we are now in the second and final year of that funding. We are currently operating in it, and we did it again last year. So that was one of the funding pieces that was funding us. We did the Bridge Housing Project. That is moteling. We'll give you the total number of motel rooms that we've paid for since we've been here in the city. It's a really big number. And Santa Barbara is not a cheap place to put people into motels. It's an effective place to put people into motels, but it is not cheap. Emergency Bridge, that's the Rose Garden. That was the fire response project. You saw the numbers earlier. Liz reported out on those. Currently in the city, you are paying for us in 2 different ways, and that is through the Neighborhood Navigation Center, as SB Act alluded to. We provide case management at those locations. So Jeff did a great job of sort of explaining how that works. We're there navigating a number of those folks we know, a number of those we are wishing we could sort of move through the relational process to get them to be our clients. That's why we're there. So we're paid partially out of that. And we are in the second year of our PLHA grant. That's the one that's doing the responses through the city, and where we're getting dispatched by the city staff to go to all these locations when neighbors or individuals call and ask for services. The next slide here is our county overlay. So as an agency, we have applied for, as money has become available, we aren't just waiting to sort of say, hey, could you guys pay us and we'll keep working. We've been actually applying competitively for projects that have come out across the county. Currently, most of our staff have actually been on board in the last 10 months, so we've grown recently. And most of them are actually paid for, as I said earlier, through county projects. I'm going to give Emily a chance to kind of just highlight these real quick. These are complicated, but this sort of shows it depends on how you want to cut it and on what day you want to slice the data. Some of this allows us to continue the Rose Garden project, but I'll have Emily kind of walk you through these here real quick and explain what these are.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. So these are our county contracts, and it just kind of highlights the importance of having both a city presence and a county presence. We have 2 county outreach contracts. On both contracts, we have 2 case managers who are serving the city of Santa Barbara. From our encampment outreach, we're also using Fulcrum, so we're able to communicate and document any encampments that are in the city of Santa Barbara, Goleta, Montecito, and those case managers are serving all of those cities. Under the street outreach project, when the HEAT project closed, many of the clients actually moved into the county street outreach project to continue their case management. This project also has Cottage Hospital, social worker as well, to come out into the field. He can file disability verifications and help us get support and placement for housing that require a little bit more support in terms of medical needs and mental health requirements. The Santa Barbara Rapid Rehousing Project. So this is ESG funding again through the county. Under this contract, we're able to provide 6 months of rental assistance for those individuals who are able to take over their rent after that 6 months. We provide the case management, the housing navigation, the placement into housing and lease-up services, and then after those 6 months, we make sure that they have sustainable income to maintain their tenancy. And then the last one that most excited us for the Rose Garden project in particular was the CDSS funding that also serves as a rapid rehousing type of services in terms of we can provide the 6 months of rental assistance as well as some motel bridging opportunities. So once the Rose Garden closed, we had 9 individuals move into motel rooms after who had leases in hand, and those clients moved into housing thereafter, all supported by the county and their CDSS funding. All 9 are still housed and doing well, and so we're really proud about that number. So again, these are just your county outreach contracts and housing contracts and how they kind of affect your city.
Great. One of the questions we get a lot too is we have a unique perspective, probably unique amongst agencies because we work in neighboring cities. So this sort of like, how come the numbers may decrease here, but they pop up elsewhere? Are we just sort of kind of the whack-a-mole strategy or, squeezing the balloon theory, right? The good news is that an agency like us is working in all these counties. So where that is relevant, if they have connections here, we are sort of working across jurisdictional lines, in the county to make sure that we're providing services where we can find anybody and access them, even though we are kind of in a lot of your neighboring cities. Next slide. Here's the one I referred to. This is sort of as an agency, this is trackable. This is the data we sort of hold ourselves to. It gets a little tricky on any particular project, as even you're hearing sort of how do we explain the Rose Garden when that was sort of a definite funding period. And so we try and talk to you about that, but then the reality is the work continued and we were able to leverage other dollars to stabilize some of those folks and ultimately get them housed. It's hard to tell the story cleanly, but that is the collective story. Here it is. Since the beginning, we've had 524 enrollments in case management services. Through a building of trust process, they agree to let us ask really, really personal questions and get as much actionable data as we possibly can in support of them and as their partner to really help them navigate through this system that is not quite easily, it's not quite as simple as just here's some phone numbers, give them a call. Funding sources, different things, we provide that expertise to help navigate through that system. So 524, there have been some duplicates in that number. People who go through a process and then we start over again. Not many, but there are. 238 exits to local shelters. There's the bed night number. That's a lot of different projects paying for that, but that's a lot of motel rooms. This is, again, city data. So we do more of this countywide, but in the city, we've paid for and had the privilege of allowing people the dignity of sort of being in of 22,000 motel room nights since we started. It's sort of serving as sort of a de facto shelter as we go. Again, it's not necessarily cheap. You cannot get, particularly in certain times of the year, motel rooms, as we all know when we have guests come stay here, it's not cheap. But it does work, and they do exist where we can put people. And the biggest number, and this is sort of kudos to our housing team. I don't want to say I feel sorry for those that we're competing against, because our team is really, really good. So for those of you that are unable to find housing, we are scrambling for housing, and we are grateful to the landlords and those that do work with us. 144 permanent housing solutions tied to our ongoing work. That's, again, since the beginning. But that is our goal. I mean, those people are no longer homeless, and those are real numbers, trackable, and in so many cases, we are not just the agency that did the whole thing. There's a lot of heavy lifting. You'll hear a story here about how many agencies have to work together to actually accomplish it. It's tricky, particularly if they're chronic. There's a lot of barriers that we got to get through, but that's a number we're super proud of. Documented again, fully documented across all the different funding sources. That's the total number as we sit here today. Next slide. I'm going to turn over to Emily and have her talk about our new relationship with the Housing Authority.
Yeah, so we have a new relationship with the Santa Barbara Housing Authority. We've been working with them since our HEAP contract. And then after our HEAP contract closed, we wanted to expand our services and partnership with them. And so in June of 2021, we actually placed our first property manager into the Housing Authority property. And this is allowing us to provide harm reduction, trauma-informed care, and just a nice way to approach all of the difficulties that one may face when first transitioning into housing. Having the experience and expertise and the 40 hours of training that case managers have to go through in order to be a City Net case manager and then a property manager is really beneficial in the communication style with the clients. And it's leading to better retention rate at that property. We're hoping to expand more in this realm because it has been very successful, and it's an enjoyable place for our case managers to be. Another one is that we provide permanent supportive housing services to El Carrillo, Broadley Studios, and Artisan Court. And we are helping those who were formerly homeless maintain their tenancy, pay their rent, find jobs, get connected to SSI, SSDI, or anything else that may be related to housing retention. And as a result of all of this effort, we were so honored and grateful to be named the Outstanding Community Partner of the Year from the Housing Authority. It's been a lot of hard work, a lot of hours, and so that was just such an honor for us all to receive. And then next slide, I'm still on. So this is the outreach contract for the City of Santa Barbara, PLHA. We have 4 staff who are currently responding to all city-related calls. This is also through the Salesforce Encampment app, so for those of you who attend the SB Act wrap calls, that's where people can put in the requests for encampments or individuals in need, and we will respond. We had 320 dispatches through the Salesforce app since we started, which is a very high number that we're proud of. During the transition from PLHA to the Rose Garden and then back to PLHA, we are still serving 17 of the 27 who returned to homelessness after the close of the Rose Garden project. We are expected to lease up 2 of those individuals this month who were former Rose Garden Inn tenants and then now are on the streets being served by this contract. So having the ability to reach our clients and continue the case management in this fashion is really beneficial. We've served 145 people in need and 175 encampments through this project. Next slide. So this is our street to housing case study, also known as Joe. Joe's case really shows how much work and time it takes to get someone from experiencing homelessness, especially those who are chronically homeless with 1 or more disabling conditions, and move them through the document ready process and then into housing. So this client was spending 16 years on the streets. He was a senior, and he was averaging 6 emergency room visits per month. His calls to service from police were somewhere in the 400 number over the time he was experiencing homelessness. It took us 14 interactions to get this client to accept our paperwork and sign up with us for case management services. After those 14 interactions and case management began, it took us 94 hours and almost a year to get the client through the document ready process and then into housing. So document ready process, it includes getting their social security card, their ID, the homeless verification, and the disabling verification if that is required. This client was also bridged in a motel room, and so he spent 3 nights in a hotel room, so we were able to, 3 weeks in a hotel room, so we were able to give him the skills that he needed to move into housing. Taking out the trash, cleaning his bedding, not using the sink for laundry, all of these basic needs that we may take for granted, we were able to help him with those. Once he was matched through the Santa Barbara Housing Authority, we moved him into housing, and it took us 61 hours to keep him housed. So permanent supportive housing services takes just as long, if not longer. In terms of effort, it's intensive. It's intensive work, and so you know, up until our contract ended in 2021, he maintained his tenancy at his unit. Next slide, please. So here's just some stats to summarize. It took us 13 months to move the client from the streets and into housing. There was 14 local agencies who worked together. It was 168 interactions for one individual. There was 83.3% decrease in emergency room use from 6 emergency room visits to 1, and then a 99% decrease in law enforcement contacts. And this is the number I was referring to, 951 tracked interactions from 2014 to 2019. Once he was housed, it was only 2. So it really does show the importance of housing and providing that stability for clients and how much that can not only benefit them, but also our community. Next slide, please. 2 more success stories for you. The first success story is a couple, and this couple was managed by the PLHA contract from the streets. Unfortunately, they didn't meet the requirements for any of the bridge housing motel projects, and so when they lost their housing due to COVID, they really had nowhere to go. They were a couple, they didn't want to go into a congregate shelter, and so we case managed them. Eventually, it led to housing. It was actually pretty quick. It was about a 4-month turnaround, which is rare, but it happens. And now they're successfully housed, serving on the board of SB Act, and they're helping other individuals move out of homelessness. The last case study is an SB Act NNC client who we met at the neighborhood navigation centers. Originally, they were not interested in services, and so we met over 4 to 6 weeks. And then this client eventually said yes to moving indoors. She was living by herself in a very unsafe environment, unsheltered, and so getting her indoors was the first success of this. And now she's actually employed at her dream job. She's going to cosmetology school, and she's working towards her long-term goals, which is housing. And so, you know, continuing that, building rapport and trust and knowing that there is going to be a day someone says yes, and we need to be there. And so having these different locations are very important.
Last slide, these are just some of the learnings. It is true that case management can be done from the streets. I mean, that's sort of, if there's a headline, sort of when the Rose Garden project ends. The truth is the work continues as if we just keep right on going. These conversations happen. It is more difficult and not ideal. It in many ways extends the time, and you don't see as rapid of sort of healing, frankly. Sort of the question of, you know, when can you start dealing with your mental health and addiction struggles? The answer is when you're not worrying about sort of Maslow's triangle. As soon as you're not worried about where you're going to eat and sleep and that you're going to be safe, then you can start working on those things. So what this does is it allows that sort of allowing them to catch their breath. People at the Rose Garden, transformative. You wouldn't have recognized some of the people 2 weeks after they got there and they took a shower every day. It's amazing what happens when they eat healthy food, just like when we eat when the rest of us eat healthy food. Early and ongoing, it's critical. So that number of people that were out there touching, it does move the needle. It does show that case management, while not ideal, can be done on the streets. It's just way more difficult. We wish we had more places to take people. Motel bridging does work. It is a practice. Some would argue, is it a best practice? It is a practice that is effective because it's available. It's quick. It's It's available in many senses, except many weekends around here. But it does sort of address this, the question of sort of service resistant. There's an onus on service resistant. If somebody asked and said, you can go to a place that's 100 people in a room and it's a top bunk in the middle, I would be service resistant. I'm not interested. That's not going to sort of set me up for success. So it depends on sort of what we have. Now, we don't have to offer them, beachfront places, but a roof over your head and some safety where you can get a basic meal, that does make a difference. And so models like Bridge Housing or Dignity Moves, these kinds of projects, yes to all of them. We do need more of them, and it is system flow. Again, it's not just about getting them there. The goal is we can get people in the streets, as you heard some stories, get them stable, work on all those things, and then move on and keep moving people down a pipeline. Last thing is just the local cities and county partnerships. Sitting in a lot of different meetings in a lot of different places, we often find ourselves wondering this question. So this is sort of, join us in this challenge. I don't know what the lever is. I don't know how to pull the right things and get all the right people talking, but it's interesting that this is what we need to see happen more and more. We span those bridges as an agency. We are at a lot of county meetings, we're at a lot of city meetings, and a lot of multiple city meetings. What's interesting, and I don't know how to make this happen, but we have the same kinds of conversations in multiple city councils asking questions about the same kind of questions, like what would it look like to partner with our neighbor cities around projects like this? Or how could we get the county to facilitate a table so we could all come to the table? So as we're talking about emergency shelters, we have those conversations all up and down the coast here in rooms like this, wondering what could that look like? I don't know what the answer is. If we need to call a summit and get everyone in the room together, I don't know. But what's interesting is everybody's leaning in on those conversations. So SB Act was alluding to what's changed lately. Everyone's leaning in on this conversation, and we're saying we've got to do something. And as the funding comes available, we would love to see more of these kind of things happen where other cities potentially find locations, pay for some of the money, we all use the same beds, and we're able to get people off the streets. That completes our report. Will be available for questions for us or SB Act or anyone else connected to this conversation. Thanks.
All right, thank you. I showed some appreciation from my colleagues. I know you guys don't like to be quiet for quite this long as a rule, so are there questions of either SB Act or CityNet? Is anybody still awake? Oh, there you are. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. And I guess I'm not sure who will be answering whichever question, so I'll just ask them and see what happens. My first question is sort of hasn't been touched on here, but how is the job market for employing those who are coming out of homelessness and are looking to be placed in jobs?
I assumed you were going to go to the how has it been, because we've been having staffing challenges as an organization. That's been a great challenge. I mean, lots of things I could say. We do have open positions, citynet.org/careers. Some of our team that have joined us are second career people who have lots of experience. So if you're out there and you're saying, how do I get involved in this and be part of a solution in this way, we would love to have you join our team. That has been extremely difficult to find people. Our board has challenged us to continue to raise rates. Our contracts with y'all are locked in. So we're trying to find lots of creative ways to employ staff and keep staff. We've had quite a bit of turnover, honestly. Difficult stuff. So from an agency standpoint, it's been really difficult, and I know that is across the board.
So for those who you're trying to find job placement for coming out of the Rose Garden Inn,
Yep.
or
I'll have Emily address that.
thank you.
So finding employment definitely is a challenge for those who don't have great employment history or don't have any employment history at all. What we've been doing is we've been going around to local businesses as case managers just throughout the day, meet and greet, saying, hey, would you consider hiring this person? It usually is really good when it comes with references. One project we are putting together with partnerships with other agencies is we're going to put together a job fair for those who are formerly homeless who may not have that employment history, and we're going to go to different businesses and local businesses to see if they want to participate. But it definitely is a challenge, and it's also a challenge with navigating the SSI, SSDI, GR requirements, and how much someone can be employed. So if someone wanted a part-time job, making sure that we're able to meet both requirements of employment and also the benefits that they have right now. So it's a challenge, and we could use support.
Okay, I actually find that surprising. I thought there was such a need for people to have, people are sort of short-staffed everywhere. I would have thought it would be easier. Is there any sort of model for, people, members of the public suggest this sometimes for the city employing people who have experienced homelessness for cleanup in our parks or for work in shelters or work with CityNet or anything like that where we could employ those who are
So
formerly
our
homeless?
agency actually has several case managers who have been formerly homeless and have achieved housing stability, and so having that experience and then helping others out has been really beneficial. And then in terms of city support, I mean, we would love to have any and all opportunities, and I think the easiest way is just to probably send an email and CityNet can connect with you, and maybe we can.
I suppose that's something I'll put a peg in for
Yeah.
our colleagues here to be
Thank you
thinking
so
about
much.
if there's some sort of model we could be thinking of to be employing people. So another question I have is, and this is for everyone, so I'm not sure, for the role of the new meth. I mean, I think we recognize that it's really different. I know there's been a story in the Atlantic we've all read. We're really aware that this is a different impact, and it seems to me overwhelming, and that it causes more permanent brain damage and behavioral changes. And if you could speak to that, what impact that's having on the work you're doing and in what we're seeing.
Not to bypass your question, but I think any drug, all addictive substances will render and play a part in one's psyche. And what we found is that providing shelter and a roof over their head and a harm reduction model, housing first, allowing people to come inside and serve their basic needs before asking them to achieve something so grand like sobriety, right? We know the spiritual aspect of all sober living programs that are involved, so shelter, housing, and just, keep showing up. Let your clients know that you're here for them, whether they're sober, whether they're not, and we will help direct them to the correct crisis response teams. We've found to be most important and impactful for our clients.
Thank you. I suppose I'm not asking for requirements for sobriety or changing the model at all. I'm very supportive of the model. I'm asking if you've seen an impact in sort of the am I out of bounds? I mean, it's a really different.
So anecdotally, we have heard. We just don't have any data or objective way to measure, and I don't.
So you're not seeing a difference, or not data? Not maybe it's a question. It's a question for all of you. Is there not a? I mean, I'm just hearing about it, reading about it. It's a different formulation. It's a different availability, a different impact. Are you seeing that?
Absolutely. So Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Sneddon, just a couple of things. On your first question in terms of employment, when we at SB Act work with marginalized populations, undocumented populations, we ask the question back, think about your application process. Think about the job description you're requiring for your education. The application process itself can be really rigorous. If you don't have an employment history, are you really competitive in the marketplace, right? So looking at process, accessibility, really making sure that we're as equitable and approachable as possible when it comes to employment opportunities for those who experience homelessness first. The second piece is yes. And so we have heard from service providers through all of our working groups, our regional action plans, that they are seeing behavior and interacting with individuals at a level that they have not experienced before. That level of acuity, the need, the amount of supportive services, the level of drug addiction, and other trained specialties that are needed in terms of supportive services once they're placed in housing, all of that has come to the forefront in the last year and a half. And it also, again, speaks to the amount of turnover in staff, attracting new employees in terms of homeless care providers. We need more trained expertise, certified specialists to be able to deal with the level of need we're seeing. And again, it's creating a lot more burnout. So I think Emily was right to not say we don't have actual data, but what we're hearing in terms of their day-to-day experience is absolutely exponentially worse.
Thank you. This is not judgment-based. I'm just trying to plan ahead for the wave that seems to be coming that we're hearing about. So I understand you don't have data yet, but appreciate that. And then, I mean, we clearly need 262 shelter beds. I guess the question, I mean, we need to figure out how we're going to get there, but just philosophically, it seems we have this multi-pronged approach. We have, emergency shelter, we have bridge housing, long-term supportive housing. After today's presentation, I'm having the thought that we have to get those 262 shelter beds, and that seems to me to be top priority. And I see some of you nodding or not, if you could speak to that. If we, I'll say the Rose Garden Inn, to borrow Councilmember Friedman's term, was a mixed bag in terms of the outcome of that. And I have to say, it's really, must be especially hard for you, having worked with each of those individuals and making connections and then having people exit back out to the street. And you're still working with them, and I so appreciate that, but how much more difficult that must be, and after forming those connections and seeing that progress. So my question is, if we have finite funds, where to put them? From what I'm pulling out of this today, it's that 262 shelter beds.
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Sneddon, you're completely correct. And I know that Brad and City Net have had experience in other communities kind of reaching that 60% of the total need threshold, and again, being able to be a little bit more able to deploy other strategies once they meet that threshold. I guess it's getting later than I thought. So that is a huge concentration. I think for us, in terms of best practices and approaches, to not have another 100-bed congregate shelter in any of our neighborhoods. I think what we're seeing is that they do serve a purpose. We absolutely need them. We need that low barrier emergency shelter. We need to grow the number of beds, perhaps, in the shelter locations that we currently have. But at the same time, if we're creating new, we're looking at smaller numbers spread and shared among neighborhoods. Again, meeting folks where they're at in a community that they're familiar with creates, again, more buy-in for them to be a good tenant, a good resident once they're housed, and we're able to facilitate that. So you're right in terms of where resources could be targeted. That is one of our top priorities, as you saw in our presentation.
Would that be called scattered site? Or not exactly?
Scattered site is what we are seeing with the Emergency Housing Voucher Program. So that's 250 individuals that are all over the county that are getting a level of supportive services, but it may be 1 or 2 times a week that have a touch point with a case manager or another specialist. For us, it is that if you're housing the most vulnerable, which is what we do with the coordinated entry system first, that needs a concentrated level of case management and intensive supportive services that we find, again, can be provided through a housing development or emergency shelter location, or a temporary to permanent shelter location, right? So we believe that every strategy should be in play, and that's why you'll see all of those numbers need to be met for us to have the system flow that we desperately need.
Thank you. And then mental health beds. We're grossly underserving, and that's for everyone. We don't have them for our youth. We don't have them teen beds. We don't have enough beds, and that's maybe a county issue more, or could you speak to that? It seems that how many are we short? Over 100 short of what we would need?
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Sneddon, this question has been raised in a number of meetings in the past year that I've been listening into and participating in. I think behavioral wellness answers that differently at different times, depending on the population they're trying to serve. So on one hand, they can say that there isn't a wait list for adult mental health treatment beds, but at the same time, we know the need is greater. So in terms of folks that have accepted services, the assessment from behavioral wellness is an hour and a half alone. For a client to have built trust with a case manager and be comfortable enough to even go through that process, right? So when we say that there is a need, but the numbers for behavioral wellness don't demonstrate that we need more available mental health beds. Does that register? Because I'm trying to figure it out myself. That's where the disconnect is. We're seeing it on the street, but in terms of adults that have filled out that assessment, that are getting case managed and getting referrals to beds, that there are beds currently available for those individuals. But we know the need is there, and it's going to be significantly greater. We're seeing a point with behavioral wellness in terms of their capacity. They're experiencing what every other agency is experiencing in terms of inability to hire and build their staff up to capacity. The homeless outreach services team, the crisis response teams, the AOT and ACT teams. So those are two teams that take the service-resistant individuals that are displaying behaviors that are harmful to themselves and others, and they meet a number of other criteria. There are only 10 clients managed in each of those teams in South County, all of South County at any given time. Obviously, because it's resource intensive, but at any turn, we tell behavioral wellness, if we're able to advocate for expanding of those teams to case manage more clients, we absolutely need that to be the entry point to then get them to refer to mental health beds. But you're right on both ends.
Okay. Thank you. And I apologize. I know I'd rather say all the positive comments first, but the format of our meeting is going right to questions, but I'll save those for comments too. So 2 more questions. And one, it's for both SB Act and for CityNet. It's part of what was so appealing to me and what I think is so effective about the work you've been able to do to date is that you're very city-focused. It does concern me a little bit when I hear that now we're a county agency or now we're serving the county and serving other areas, because I think one of the reasons for myself that we went to this model was because I felt, I don't want to speak for my colleagues, I think the rest of us felt that way too, that we were being shuffled by the county and not given attention and couldn't figure out where to get information, couldn't figure out one point of information. And you've been so effective with the RAPs and with the focus on us. So if you could just speak to my concerns about you getting too big and losing focus on us, and not to put it that way, but I think you've been so effective because you've gone into the neighborhoods and really been focused individually on the city, which we really needed, and I'm afraid of losing that.
Mayor Russ and Councilmember Sutton, I'll turn this over to City next. I will say SBAC remains the smaller grassroots organization that we started in 2019.
Yeah, that's an important question. The truth is, talk about mental health. The reality is the county probably needs to take more lead in that, right? So we built our brand at CityNet, being local accountable. Not many agencies come to city councils and say, we provide all our data, SB Act. We want the local understanding. We even tell our story with a local lens. So yes, we are getting broader. That is true. But it is also, we've built our brand off being locally accountable. So to the degree that dollars are purposed, we want to make sure that those are doing the right thing. The benefit, again, this is sort of the age-old conversation between cities versus counties, right? So everyone's sort of, but I do think that we are bringing value. If you met some of our staff, and I know some of you have, and met some of the quality and skill sets we bring, we couldn't do that just on the city contract. So we're able to bring to bear those bigger conversations. But we do think locally. We do think about what difference it's going to make in this city. We do think about it in your neighboring cities. We do take it seriously when we find people who were there. So we do have a local commitment. I guess that will have to bear itself out in practice, but that is our commitment.
That answers my question. Thank you. You've been very effective, and I just want to keep it that way. Yeah. And then one last question about the library. I'll speak for myself again, too. I was really supportive of embedding a social worker in the library. It seemed we can meet people where they are and lessen the load on our library staff. And I think what I'm hearing, though, is that there's still leaned on quite a bit to take care of a lot of services, and maybe do we need to staff that up even more?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sutton, Ms. Wetta had to leave. I think we need to rely on our partners more. I really believe that we need to, one, we've been unsuccessful we've had a contract and tried to staff that for the full year, unsuccessfully for many of the same reasons you heard today. I do believe that we need to continue to balance and focus on the overall needs of the library, and to the extent that we are staffing more towards social services, we are staffing less towards open hours and availability of other resources to other parts of the community. So there's that balance there, like there is with all of our resource management.
Thank you.
And Mayor Russ and Councilmember Sutton, I just wanted to add, from our experience, the library isn't adding services. They're using their mobile library van to be more approachable to communities and populations that wouldn't find the library accessible for a variety of reasons.
Oh, sorry, I'm specifically talking about we are provided funds to embed a social worker
Yeah,
at
okay.
the library, and that is a change, and.
Completely
yeah,
agree.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. It's getting late, so I just have a couple of questions. A lot of them were answered. I had some of the same questions as Councilmember Sten. So the first one, I just want to talk or ask some questions briefly about the Rose Garden. So in a little more depth, what are some of the lessons that we learned from this? I think we got a lot of the positives out of it, out of the data, those who were transitioned out, but what are some of the harder lessons we learned? And then how is the experience at the Rose relatable in terms of potential project home key types of projects, because it's a slightly different clientele, or is it the same clientele? But how can we apply the Rose, what apples to apples, and are there apples to oranges in terms of home key or other types of things? So could someone speak about what we learned and some of the tougher lessons we learned, not just the positives?
Mayor Russ and Councilmember Friedman, so a couple of major lessons. One is that the temporary safe shelter project at the Rose Garden Inn was specifically to they became clients, to individuals that were residing in encampments, which, as many of you have experienced, are the folks that do not want to be bothered, do not want to be approached, right, and don't tend to leave their encampment to access services at all. So we were targeting a population that was tremendously difficult already for the purpose of mitigating fire danger. So that is one. We were dealing with, I'm sure CityNet can attest, really, again, a lot of variety of challenges, substance abuse, mental health challenges, et cetera. So the fact that we were able to get positive outcomes at the level we were outside of mitigating fire danger, we thought was a huge win. And we hope that you feel the same. So that lesson learned is a very different level of, again, resident and individual that we were trying to attract. The options when it comes to Project Home Key, so what we're learning in terms of the needs of our unsheltered population and just shelter in general. And actually, Ms. Stotts approached us several weeks ago about facilitating a shelter survey. So as we understand and have heard, many folks are resistant to accepting a shelter referral. Why? Can we understand more about the experiences they've had in emergency shelter environment to make, again, an opportunity for us to invest in expanding shelter beds, more open and less resistant, right, to accepting that referral. So we will have more information to report back to you in that regard. Project Home Key is that transition of motel hotel to a permanent supportive housing environment with on-site supportive services. So we actually had more providers, more security, on-site 24/7 staff that we wouldn't normally have at a permanent supportive housing environment. Providers come in, there's property management, but there isn't necessarily on-site trauma-informed harm reduction specialists like there is now with some of the city housing authority projects through CityNet. So there's a lot of components at play, but we know in general, this is the fastest way that we can acquire property, develop, refurbish it, and have it open and available to accept referrals. From what you've heard from Super 8, if that's accepted by Project Home Key statewide, in 8 months, we'll have 60 units of permanent supportive housing in that location. So it is the fastest way for us to approach it, but it's very different than what we were trying to accomplish at the Rose Garden Inn Temporary Safe Shelter Project.
I appreciate that because I think there was some confusion about what we were doing in the clientele we were serving. And so with something like, say, the Super 8 or something like that, those individuals have already mostly been contacted and they're willing to get into the system.
Yes, and they've agreed to share data and information. They're currently being case managed. They're part of the coordinated entry system. They're part of the homeless management information system, right? So that there's already a level of agreeing to be part of the system as they're referred to these permanent supportive housing locations through Project Home Key.
I got two more questions, and they're going to be a little more difficult, I guess. But so the first one is we do have, when we provide services, whether it's at the neighborhood navigation centers, we encourage people to come in, and they get all kinds of great services there, whether it's meals and showers, other types of services. But at some point, and then also when we provide, when we get people into low barrier entry, and we talked earlier, Councilmember Sneddon, about the new meth and opioid, and we're hearing that the addictions are way up. At what point do we, as the providers, whether it's policy or the on-the-ground providers of services, start to have a conversation that it cannot be indefinite, that someone can continue to use our services? Just to ask those questions. What I'm saying is someone could come week after week for forever, basically, and never get into the system. And because it could be that their addiction is so strong that they're not able to, or they have mental health issues. But we need to have some accountability to draw them in. And I know that the meetings and multiple contacts, but there are a lot of individuals that won't. I'm just wondering, is that something that we've talked about in terms of you come in and where I'm going is when I'm not articulating this right, but when we have someone that goes into a unit, like whether it's a housing or a motel or something, how long are they there, and if they and are they able to continue to, say, use methamphetamine while they're there, on-site or off-site, when we have those units, and how do we help them when they can't help themselves? That's the best way I can put it, is they're not able to help themselves, and unless we get them in there and kind of push them that direction, such as a solutions corridor, what the governor might be doing, but how do we have that conversation? Because I don't hear us as a community having that conversation of what somebody is completely resistant and they're not going to change.
So Mayor Russ and Councilmember Friedman, I'll have a city net add to this, but we have a housing first mandate. So we actually don't have the choice to triage in any way the individuals through the coordinated entry system and say, hey, these folks can actually live on their own without a level of intensive supportive services. They have, income coming in. They're able perhaps to pursue employment, to put them in housing first. We can't do that. So we actually are taking the most vulnerable, and we are seeing that a number of these folks, because of the trauma they experience, self-medicate. So you can't force them into doing anything. The way that it's been managed, one is that the case manager is really beautifully trained in harm reduction and trauma-informed care, right? So you need someone who's sensitive to, you're asking someone to overcome, as Emily said, a huge obstacle in terms of their addiction to be secure and successfully retain their housing. At the same time, there's property management on site, and there is a lease agreement, right? And this was the part of the Good Neighbor Handbook, is they're still learning life skills. They haven't been housed in what could be many years. So that balance of you have to follow the rules, which they can't be using drugs on site because that's illegal behavior, but at the same time communicating with the case manager saying, what can we do to support this person so that they are a good tenant and they're not violating the lease agreement. So what we've seen from the housing retention data is just that piece, is that we're constantly challenged between there are rules and we need to provide a safe environment for everyone who's housed there, but at the same time, we're mandated to house the most vulnerable individuals first. Do you want to add anything to
Well,
that?
I guess where I appreciate that, and I agree. I agree we need to get them stable, because if they're on the streets, we're not going to do it. And I think the presentation tonight. But where I'm getting is how, in terms of something like a solutions court, where we have the court system that comes in and can actually give more of that supervision, and it also holds us as providers and policymakers accountable, because it's saying this person is voluntarily going into the system, but use SB Act, use CityNet, you mental health providers, what are you doing, and have that the court part of it. And I'm just wondering, I've had conversations about the whole solutions track and just trying to understand why that's not implemented. Is it something we should be advocating for to give us that extra hook to get people into services that we can't be, that you can't do it, we can't do it, but maybe there is a way to do it? And I just don't hear that as part of the conversation.
It absolutely has to be. And Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Friedman, we've always said, I mean, one of the biggest challenges from the last 2 years because of the COVID-19 pandemic is that we've lost a solutions court and restorative court. So we know that it worked. We know that the outcomes were positive. We absolutely need more capacity there. Again, if individuals are continue to be involved in criminal activity, that there is a path for them to pursue mental health treatment. I think what CityNet does so well is try to prevent that criminal activity from happening to begin with. Because once you're on that path and you have a criminal record, even if you pursue treatment and come back from treatment, it's still really challenging for you to access housing. So I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, I mean, all of those, we need all of those things that sort of help the barriers to get into housing, right? I mean, that's one of the beauties of like the Rose Garden, treat that as just a bridge housing project, is people were ready to re-engage back in the community and they understood what it looked like to be a good neighbor and clean up after themselves, because that's what we enforced as a community together, not just CityNet as the provider walking around and saying, pick up your trash. It became a community, truly. I think so in a lot of cities where we do work, where we actually see, we've renegotiated, we lowered the amount of staff hours that we work now in the city for the first time, where we had to renegotiate our time because we said, you actually don't need us anymore. The city is Bellflower, California. They actually cut our services in half because we were driving around in vans looking for people to get into shelter. It's the first time that's happened because everyone thinks like, this is a great gig for you because it's never going to go away and you just got to do this forever. That's exhausting. We actually want to solve this and get people housed. So I do think that the idea, it's not the only answer, but this idea of what would it look like if we got those emergency shelter beds? Because the number one question we get asked, where you want me to go? And we don't have good answers for that. Even for the next step, I mean, housing, yes, of course, that is what we measure ourselves ultimately, but sort of where can I go to get my stuff together, to begin to work on my whatever issue I'm facing, employment, substance abuse, whatever. I wonder what it would look like in this city, in Santa Barbara here, where we have that option for people to really go in and actually have a place for you. Okay, you can go here. And from the enforcement side, we spend a lot of time working with federal judges and a lot of those sorts of things. There are ways to reach thresholds that allow you to actually sort of get some of the most chronic, get them housed. We saw that in the HEAP project, actually. A number of the people who were the most chronic utilizers, we actually housed them. So it does work. So I would think that one of the first steps would be the priority of the emergency beds. We need a place to put people and not manage them on the streets or worse, on the streets.
That's helpful in terms of getting that there and then the thresholds, because then I think we can start getting these individuals our service and resistant to get them in there. Just real quick, kind of dovetailing, Brad, you'll probably be the best one to answer it. And Councilmember Sten had mentioned it in your response on your own organization. But how great is the challenge when we talk about the model that we're going, where we get people stabilized and try to get the services, and you're using your own organization as an example, is we don't have, as a community, the proper housing for our workforce, for the individuals that would be providing the services, not just in your organization, but how much of a challenge is that we do all this work, but then the individuals who would be providing the wraparound services just aren't here? Are you seeing an increase in vacancies, I guess, of those types of positions, or are we okay with that right now?
No, I mean, we talk about all the time, the people who when I go get a burger at a local joint, I'm wondering where those people live. My suspicion is if they're working there, they aren't living here, they're driving from somewhere far away. So that's true, and we are competing against them. When we go up and take a Rose Garden client and get them housed, we are competing against students graduating from UCSB and everywhere else. We realize that. The beauty is, once I finish this gig working for CityNet, I would love to, as many of my counterparts, actually, of leaders of organizations are going into housing. There's so many, like Dignity Moves is, I think, an interesting example. I can't necessarily advocate for any of them in particular, but there's so much free market creativity that's coming, and we need all that. We need to re-envision how we understand. I know we can't go up here like where they're kind of talking in LA and other places, but there's got to be modular ways. A pallet shelter is an emergency. That's a company, right? I don't work for them, but that's just it's an inexpensive temporary house But there are other houses that are we get calls regularly. In fact, there's people telling us to come over in Carpinteria. They've got in their backyard, they're converting shipping containers, private business people. And I know that's complicated, and I don't necessarily want to vouch for any of them, but I think that's what we're going to have to start thinking about. Entirely different ways of thinking about just building apartment complexes. We're going to have to get super creative. But that's bigger than this. So if there's ways you can learn about those things or be part of statewide conversations with the governor and other things, like I would go that direction, because we're going to have to get really creative or this wave will just continue, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Okay, this has been a really interesting conversation, but we need, and everybody's very interested, obviously, we need to take a break for our translators once again now. So we're going to be back here in 10 minutes. And the, see, Mr. Jordan, you got your light on. And that's what you get.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Fieldhouse, I think this is, really, I just want to chat with you for a minute. So tell me about outreach versus case management in your world. When is it only outreach? When does it, how does it become case management? What does that look like? What's the majority of your efforts between those two? Is it more outreach than case management? Why not? That kind of thing.
Yeah, those are two technical terms, right? So outreach contact is a HUD-defined term. That means you and I talk. So we're in a text loop with the ambassadors on State Street. We talk to them all the time. I'm in that text loop. An outreach contact is just an interaction where we're trying to build rapport, where we are doing a mutual journey of a conversation. I'm trying to get you to, well, I'm trying to treat you as a human, but I'm also professionally trying to get you to be willing to subject yourself to an intake process.
Right.
So I can ask you some very, as I said earlier, very important questions that help me do my job in assistance to you. That's an outreach contact. So sometimes, like when we're responding, we're just trying to clear the call, and either for lots of different reasons, they're not interested, so that's an outreach contact. Case management is when we're actually working with them. So that means from day one, we're like, what's your housing plan? And what do we need to do between now and then? From employment to, and that's where we lean on all of our partners, where we know how to get a hold of Be Well, because we work with them all the time. So we sort of hold their hand. It's kind of an interesting way, like we basically work with them towards their housing plan. That's case management, where we're actually working and providing real professional services, whatever they may be.
And then when you're doing what you call case management, whether it's in the city or not in the city, are you always putting them into the HMIS system or not, or why not?
Yeah, once, you want to come, so once they are a client of ours, we are obligated to put them into HMIS, because that allows the agencies to talk to each other at a real high level. But outreach contacts, not necessarily. There's certain questions that we need to make sure that when we do an intake, we need to, so why do we build trust? Because we're going to ask them lots of questions, and if, for example, they don't answer 50% of the questions, that is not a good score.
So, okay, so you gave me an out there on once they become a client. So how many people are you doing case management with that aren't clients? So here's the context of my question.
Sure.
So I've got a funding ball about this big.
Yep.
The county has a funding ball about this big.
Okay.
For us to put ourselves in position to avail ourselves of that county ball rather than spending our money,
Yep.
the resources that we spend or use in a perfect world would be lining us up to get into the county's big ball of resources. And so when you give examples like in the city, 524 enrollments in case management, or even another example of Rose Garden Inn, I think you said it was a success. As one of the two authors of that, I'm becoming more ambivalent every day.
That's fair.
But were those two examples, which were on your city page, were those all HMIS enrolled so that they had a pathway to avail themselves of the larger bucket of county resources for their next step?
Yes.
Okay, perfect answer then, thanks. That's my only question.
Yep.
Is that easy?
Very good. We have some public comment. Before we move on. We have somebody online do a comment?
We do, Mr. Mayor. We have one speaker.
Okay, we have the first speaker, the speaker, please.
Sharon Byrne, you are unmuted and you can go ahead.
Thank you, and I cannot believe I'm the only person to be a public speaker this evening. First of all, great presentation, and I'm wearing two hats tonight. One is the Behavioral Wellness Commissioner, and the other is as the head of the Montecito Association. So using the first hat, Councilmember Friedman, I share your frustration. Ariel Colon explained it to you very well before. We just really don't have state laws that allow us to force people into treatment. The governor's care court suggestion, which is what it is at this point, there's no legislation pending on it yet, could be a wonderful tool for us, but it would be a new tool because we don't have one today. I want to tell you from working on this problem from the Montecito side of the table, we'd love to see you more in regional partnership. We totally understand why you're very city focused, I will tell you that it's been a godsend having CityNet work with us, who also works in your city, because when someone leaves Montecito because they don't want to be outreached to and they decide to relocate to the city, we still have eyes on them and are able to continue working with them because both the county's behavioral wellness department and CityNet work in a more regional fashion. There's no passport check at the city line, as I know you know. And one of the areas that we're working heavily right now is actually in your city limits. It's the Hot Springs Cabrillo exit and Coast Village Road. And we would love more partnership with you. Right now we're partnering with CityNet and Be Well and the sheriffs and Montecito Fire to work those areas. I would also say too that we were using the Rose Garden well before you did your project there. We also used a couple of other hotels with money that we raised in Montecito with CityNet to do this project, and no one knew that anyone was in hotels and no one cared. And it really gave some of the people we worked with a huge leg up in getting off the ground, getting indoors with a door that locks, with a bathroom, with trash you have to take out, you know, with a place that you have to sort of keep up. It made it much easier to transition them into housing. So I will tell you, you know, the biggest need that I see really is regionally, and that means from Carpinteria to Goleta, we need some places like that. They don't have to be hotels, but hotel-like would be pretty good with a locking door, that kind of thing, where we can transition people out short-term into some kind of bridge housing solution, because it just makes it so much easier for them when we finally do finding a housing solution. And sometimes the housing solution is reunification with mom, if that's the right answer in another city. But sometimes it isn't. Sometimes they're working here, et cetera. So I just want to encourage you to be willing to have more interjurisdictional cooperation, because it truly is a regional problem. Even though it's very acute in some areas more than others, it's truly regional and people do move around quite a bit. And to also really look at short-term bridge housing that's not congregate shelter, that gives us the opportunity, when people say yes to leaving life on the street, that we actually have a place for them to go that's palatable, and will start them on their journey to living indoors permanently. Thank you.
Thank you. And next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Rob Fredericks. Rob Fredericks, you are unmuted and can go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Rouse and council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide brief comments on this matter. First, I'd like to thank Ms. Stotts, SB Act, and CityNet for their excellent presentations. As is detailed in the agenda report, the entire country is in the midst of a nationwide homeless crisis, with California having the dubious distinction of having 28% of the entire homeless population. California has a deficit of 2.5 million units, and a lack of affordable housing is known to be the largest contributor of homelessness. So our community is not alone when it comes to addressing this issue. While a great amount of funding has been provided by your council for temporary housing, outreach, and services, the issue of homelessness persists. I don't need to tell you. Just take a walk up and down our streets. Numerous individuals and families are living out of their vehicles or directly on the streets. Until we provide the needed affordable permanent housing or other housing that matches the client's needs, we will continue to grapple with this issue and need to provide shelters and temporary housing. Last year, our agency worked hard and was able to provide permanent housing to 83 homeless households. Of those, 72 remain stably housed. But that is not success. We don't have enough housing. We can provide services, but they are really not effective without housing. What is really needed is housing. A home is really the only solution to homelessness. It is the linchpin that is needed in our combined efforts. While there are unprecedented funds coming from federal and state levels, we need local funding sources committed in order to secure those sources. If we had a flexible local funding source that matched the old RDA levels 12 years ago, we could leverage those local funds at a rate that would make housing a reality. $1 million to $2 million could leverage 10 to 12 million of tax credits and other funding sources for building the needed affordable housing. Homelessness and the provision of affordable housing is solvable if we make serious and tough decisions to reallocate our resources. If affordable housing and homelessness are the biggest issue in our community is facing, then I believe it is time to have the discussion on setting an ongoing local funding source to address these issues. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and what we pay for today saves for tomorrow. If we could have the discussion on the ounce of prevention, I believe we can have a demonstrable positive impact, a pound of cure, on the homelessness and affordable housing needs. Thank you again for allowing me the time for these comments.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Mr. Mayor, there are no further speakers.
All right. Very good. Then it's back to council. And Mr. Jordan, you're the first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in my household, I'm generally called the guy whose glass is half empty. And I'm sure that doesn't surprise any of you or some of you. I am generally a pessimist. And I would say over the last couple years, for sure, I have worked really, really hard on this subject to not be that, to be a glass half full. Thank you for those polite nods from you three. But it is, I have believed in this process and this effort, not just this process, but this effort that I've called it probably the greatest social nightmare of my lifetime, that there's houseless on our streets dying and living on our streets. But it becomes increasingly more difficult at the city level from a city perspective to maintain which way that glass is full or empty. And so I just have a list of comments I'm going to share, quick comments, and I will preface what I'm going to say at the end. I'm going to ask for permission from council, and I believe there's one other person who will join me that would like to set up an ad hoc subcommittee of council without everybody groaning out there, but that would work on these list of concerns with staff, and I'll go through this list and then come back and make a presentation or asks of council. So what's generally the big picture points that are bothering me is it's election season in the state of California at the state level, and a PPIC, which I don't consider to be a bastion of conservative hate mongers, the Public Policy Institute of California, did a poll on homelessness just last month, and 7 in 10 Californians thought that homelessness was a big problem when given the choice of big, somewhat, or no problem. 7 in 10, pretty significant number. And then almost 7 in 10 had the opinion that had it increased the problem had increased over the last year and not decreased or gone away. Contrary to, we've achieved, with all due respect, please, that we've achieved measurable success or these type of reports, 7 in 10 people out there don't share that opinion. 6 in 10 of those people are outside baseball and not inside baseball with the rest of us, seeing what success looks like or slogging through it, but still that's a perception. As a city, we're reliant entirely for what we can do on funding from other sources. We do not have the ability to generate revenue or to use our existing revenues to make a tangible and measurable impact on this problem. And in my opinion, every action or dollar spent should be reviewed and lined up so that it's being used to transition from city expense to the people that hold the purse strings, the state of California, the federal government, or the county, whoever that would be. We can't sustainably continue to use ours because we have structural budget deficits. We're losing employees left and right because of possibly underpaid. We're eroding our programs. We're losing our ability to do day-to-day maintenance. And we're putting, in my opinion, an amount of money into the pot that may or may not be, I'll talk about that in a minute, may or may not be positioning us to use the people that actually have the money, the county or the state. These are my thoughts again, so, but a couple issues that I just am picking on the county about, and that is a demand for a version of South County Solutions Court. It boggles me that it's successful in North County, and somebody can say they won't do it in South County. And the other one is a demand for more mental health beds and services. Both of those programs are county programs, and I don't use the word demand lightly. I don't use that word a lot, but I just get the feeling that someone is so negligent in these two areas that we should also seek out legal relief if we can't get the county to step up and do what they should be doing. I also think that I was talking to Chief Malakian earlier today about another subject, and the subject of audits of services and programs came up, and how dollars are used in different departments. We were talking about it in the context of the Community Formation Committee and how that would look if we put it in place. And I would suggest we're at the point, because we have so many players involved with this, internally and externally. We have internal silos between our departments. We have external silos between us and the county and the state, that I would, and we truly don't know what's being effective and not effective. I don't think we have a sense of what's duplicative and that we're also pursuing while someone else is doing it. That I'd like to see an audit or assessment of our homeless services program, what we're doing and how that fits into that bigger picture. And then I'd also like to investigate a bond or sales tax option on the ballot to address what we think we can do to line ourselves up to take advantage of county or state programs. And then one other, just a remark to staff. This is a slog of information. I would like to see something like this much smaller but more frequent over the course of a year. So maybe quarterly, where you just bite off a smaller part. That is the fastest I've ever heard Barbara Anderson ever talk in my life. And I hear her talk every week many times, but I just know she was panicked to try and get that in, but this is a big chunk to try and swallow and figure out what it means, what's good, what's bad. So again, my ask tonight at the end of this would be that I'd love someone or more than one person to join me for a ad hoc council committee to have permission from council with staff. So I'm just not out there wandering in the dark alone, trying to figure out some answers, but we'd approach those items or more. And I don't see this as a meeting with 10 staff in it. I really just see it as granting permission to 1, 2, or 3 people to go talk to staff members, investigate things, advocate at their peer level with county electeds or county staff, and try and get if you're walking away after this and you have a grasp on this, you're a way better person than me, because I certainly don't. And I think we need to responsibly at least have a grasp on it if we're going to continue to put $5 million or $4 million or $1 million into the pot, because I think those days are coming to an end. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jordan. Let's see, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. So first, I just really want to thank all of our staff and all the presenters tonight. And Ms. Stotts, thank you so much for organizing and putting this together, and CityNet staff and SB Act, just being our partners. I think even though this is a lot of information and it is a slog, we are seeing results and people's lives are literally getting changed. But at the same time, there's a lot, I think where Councilmember Jordan was going is it might not be sustainable for us as the city to continue to fund things. It's not sustainable. It's not, might not be. It is not sustainable for us, considering budget challenges that we have coming up in the coming years. So I am interested in joining Councilmember Jordan to just talk with staff, understand this for ourselves, and if another council member wants to get in there, and then going to the county and trying to see how we can align different services and understand it for ourselves, and then report back to the full council. In particular, I do want to thank SB Act, Barbara, Rich, Jeff, for the work. I think the regional action plans are very, very helpful in terms of informing the public of all we're doing. The Upper State Street one started with the Rose Project, and so that was, I don't know your previous experience, but that one was a hornet's nest. Maybe even you could add some bees and add some yellow jackets, whatever you want to add in there. And to come into that and start that up at that time, and the first couple of meetings, I know Councilmember Stenda was there, and I know Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez attends those frequently too. It was really intense the first couple meetings, but then not only having the meetings, but then doing the once a month walks to the certain areas and having the neighborhood identify areas that they've seen and be able to report back. It shows them that we are working on it and they can see changes. So I think in terms of public relations and communication, it's important that we continue those. I know we're modifying the format, but just to continue to have those. But I appreciate all the hours that you three in particular put into that. But as well as CityNet, you're there every time too, our police department and our parks, everyone's there. So I just want to say they're very valuable in library staff. So for me, I just really want to understand this more. It's very complex, and every time I think I understand it, it goes the other way. And I think with Councilmember Jordan talking about the glass is half empty, sometimes I feel there's a hole in the bottom of the glass when you're talking about these. But the other thing is, in terms of our own, the reason I want to participate in what he's proposing is I have concerns about some of our city departments overextending themselves, and it would more likely be in terms of counties to provide those types of services. In particular, the library, because I see us going down a path, maybe this budget cycle or a year from now, and our parks department as well, some of the issues they've been having to deal with, that we will have to make decisions on whether we continue that type of programming or looking at just hours of operation of our libraries or hours of operation of our parks or the maintenance of our parks, because we don't have the resources to do all that we want to do. And I think the more we can inform ourselves as a council on the policy implications of everything we've heard tonight, the better off we will be collectively to make the informed decisions for the whole of the city and all the services we provide outside of homeless services. So with that, I would say that I am fully supportive of trying to get the Solutions Court implemented in the South County. And I would like to make a request tonight, if because it's within our legislative platform, I think we're all supportive of it, or most of us, to send a letter to the presiding judge and copy the district attorney, the public defender, and the Board of Supervisors, just expressing the city's support for the implementation of the South County Solutions Court, and have the mayor sign it on behalf of the council. It doesn't need to come back to us. So I would like to send that letter and get that out as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I agree wholeheartedly with the comments of both Councilmember Jordan and Friedman who've spoken. And the first thing I want to say is there's been so much good work and important work and progress made that I really didn't think we could come even this far. And it's hard to celebrate that progress because there's still so much to do. And I'm grateful that you acknowledge that you're certainly not resting on what's done, but that your heart is so in this work, and it shows in everything that you do. We've had SB Act, the SB Collaborative, our staff, and Renee Irely, Liz Stotts, Laura Doubles, our library staff. An incredible amount of work goes into trying to solve this unsolvable problem, but to try and make it better. Sitting at Brad and Emily, I've observed you in the field working with residents of Rose Garden Inn, and I'm so moved by your compassion and also how those residents responded to you. And it's heartwarming, and it's also saddening that those relationships are so hard fought, and then they come and they go. And I'm really appreciative of what I see in you and how you're bringing those relationships and what you're able to do. I see, is it Lieutenant or Sergeant Katsousis? Lieutenant, I wanted to get that right. And same, while walking in the neighborhoods with you and seeing how you're engaging with the members of our community who are experiencing homelessness makes me very proud of our city police and our humane response and just the entire approach of not a law and order, but a humane, helping and supportive approach. Barbara Anderson, Jeff Schaefer, the two of you in those RAP meetings are incredible. I know I have shared with you that I sometimes wish I could be you with your patience in responding to some very angry comments and some really uncalled for comments at times. You're exemplary, and I think the heat that came off once you started having those RAP meetings up in the area of the Rose Garden Inn and really listening to residents and walking with residents and talking and answering questions and with seemingly limitless patience is incredible. I agree that I don't think we need to have that high level of frequency. I think there was so much uncertainty and people had so many questions, and I think that the sign now is that they feel heard. We now have multiple staff members ready and available to answer questions. You're there ready and available, and you too, Rich Sanders, also. You're not as vocal during the meetings, but your presence is always felt. And I think that with the work that you've done and with the information sheets and getting that information out, particularly in that upper state region, I don't think we need to have it as often, but we may still need to for State Street or downtown or areas that have higher priority. Also, our ambassadors, I really feel for them. They're doing such great work, and it's hard work, and they don't have all of the tools at their disposal when they do what they can, and they're doing so well. We cannot have people dying in our streets. I don't know how else to put that. Whatever that takes, we just can't have it. It's a humanitarian crisis, and it's here, and we're passing people, we're seeing people, and how can we go about our business when there are people in the streets dying? We need those 282 shelter beds, and I agree that needs to be a priority no matter what. I had also written the word demand, Councilmember Jordan. We need those mental health beds. We need to demand them. We need to beg, plead, whatever it takes to get more beds. And that's not just for our neighbors experiencing homelessness, but our youth as well, and for our community. I agree with Councilmember Friedman. We need that solutions court. I also agree that it's not acceptable that it could be such a successful program in North County, and we can hear how successful it is, but we don't get it here. That just doesn't seem like an even disbursement of county funds at all. So I agree with writing a letter and our ledge platform, whatever we need to do. We can't do this alone. I think actually as a city and a municipality, we're doing more than most, and it's never going to be enough. So the county, we need help. We also need, as Rob Fredericks mentioned, we need something equivalent to redevelopment funds. We can't solve the housing issue, we can't solve homelessness, and we're not going to get appreciably further or stop up the hole in the bottom of the glass until we have that. I agree with Rich Sanders in the assessment that it feels like sometimes will never be enough. But the work that you do and keep showing up for and encouraging us to do, we've made significant progress. We have a way to go. I just want to ask you to please stay with us, please, and keep doing the work that you're doing. And just with really heartfelt thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Gutierrez.
I'm going to keep my comments short. I want to thank the Santa Barbara Police Department, CityNet, and SB Act. I really, really appreciate, Jeff, your leadership in the RAP meetings. I know that my district really appreciates it. We were all over the place, but there has been friendships that have been built. I think the people in the community entirely, not just in my district, just feel that they have been heard and this issue is actually being now, we have a plan in place and we have goals. It's our responsibility up here to figure out the money situation and to work with the county and to work with state officials. But I want to personally thank you because you guys have done such an amazing job. This city, the people that live in this city are a lot more, they just feel heard and they just feel like there is something being done because of all of you coming together and doing the work. Our responsibility is to make sure that, we ask the questions, we hold you guys accountable to your goals, and today, your presentation was lovely. So it's our responsibility to figure out the money. You guys just keep on doing the best job that you guys are doing, which you guys are, and I'm just really thankful for you guys.
Thank you. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be similarly brief. I want to just associate myself with the comments of all of my colleagues, everyone who has spoken. Excuse me. This presentation today, everyone who spoke, staff, our partners, not only is a testament to your professionalism and your expertise, but also really a testament to the strength of your character. That was something that stood out very strongly to me today. I know I personally have struggled to stay engaged with the issue of homelessness because of the immense enormity of the challenge. And it's been difficult for me on a personal level to maintain that engagement. And to see what you all do day after day, really, I don't know how else to say it other than your character was very much on display today, and that's incredibly meaningful to me, and I know it's incredibly meaningful to our entire city to have a staff and dedicated partners that bring just that level of commitment and faith in humanity. It's rare to see in this world and something very special. Another very brief point I want to make, something that stood out to me substantively in terms of policy from this presentation today, is just how central housing is to the issue of homelessness. And I think every person that spoke really hit on this fundamental fact that every contact we have, every case management session, all of it is made significantly easier, significantly more effective if we can house these individuals. Housing is the key. So from my end, following up on Councilmember Gutierrez and her comments, I feel an immense responsibility to really push forward on affordable housing and housing that our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness can use so that we can be in the best position to serve them and give them the best opportunity to move from the streets. So that's a commitment that I want to make here today to our partners, to city staff, to our residents fundamentally, is that has to be front of mind for us. That will not go off my radar, and I see that as really what we can do as policymakers. Aside from the money, that's definitely key, but that's what we can do to support your work and to make it easier and to make it sustainable in the long term and to get us to where I think we all want to go, which is zero homeless. And then finally, I'll just close by saying I support my colleagues in moving forward with the effort, the ad hoc committee. That sounds great, and I have every faith that they will be very effective in making those demands that I think we all agree on. I also think that sending the letter in connection with Solutions Court is a great idea. Let's stay on that moving forward. Just really appreciate the thoughtfulness from my colleagues and from everyone here today. It's been enlightening and inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I want to echo my colleagues. I've seen each and every one of you in action. It's very impressive and inspiring. And, you know, we all get criticized for this specific issue and what we're doing and what we're not doing, if it's effective or not. But the thing that stands out to me is that those people aren't waking up every day and putting themselves out there like you all are. And I really appreciate that. And just know that we know that. We know that for everything that we see you do, there's like 100 or 1,000 things that we don't get to see you do. So, so thank you for your dedication and your sacrifice, and let us know how else we can help.
Okay, thank you. Real briefly, so yeah, I agree with Mr. Jordan. The county, we are a part of the county, and they do Health and Human Services. We don't have that department, and we can't go out and raise a bunch of funds to create one, nor do I think we should. We should definitely get into the county's grill about this, and I think we should have Solutions Court in the South County. There's no doubt about it. A couple of housekeeping details that I take a slightly different take on a lot of this. First of all, I know there's an ad, and poor Mr. Schaefer's had to listen to this a number of times from me. I really don't like the idea that we're using Alameda Park as a navigation center. I don't like the fact there's a needle exchange there. I want our parks to be parks, so I'd like to see if there's a way to change that up, because we really need to have our parks back to the citizens. And for us to have sustainable solutions for homelessness and taxpayer support, we need to show that kind of progress. We need to have the housing back. We need to make sure that the Dignity Moves project actually amortizes some of our current street population. If those things don't show up, if our encampments don't go away and we do those things, we're going to be hard-pressed to support the next item publicly. So it's really important that we focus on that, because housing, you know, I absolutely have nothing but respect for Mr. Fredericks, but housing is not the solution, it's a solution. There's many things out there that need to happen besides housing. Nowhere in our reports that we talk about addiction or substance abuse, which is a big, big part of what we're facing out there. Anybody out there who's wearing a badge knows exactly what I'm talking about, or people like myself and Jeff Schaefer that walk around the streets quite a bit. So we have a lot of 18-year-olds out there that are absolutely hammered, and we're not doing the job in terms of prevention early on. I mean, that 18-year-old was 8 years ago was in 4th grade, and that's when it starts. So part of our effort has to focus on having that next generation not be out there and be part of our population. Because when we talk about housing, housing is important, but it's also not a static population. There's a lot of ebb and flow, and I know Mr. Fieldhouse knows that, having worked in different communities. It's not just, you can't just take care of the populations out there and you're done. It comes and it goes, it comes and it goes, and it always will, and California is growing all the time. So great and very exhaustive reports tonight, but I do have other angles that I'd like to approach, and I intend to do that from my position, and hopefully continue supporting your position as well. As to the ad hoc committee, Mr. Kalan advised me that I probably should appoint one as opposed to voting on one. But before we do that, Ms. Bjork, I want to know if you've got any concerns about staffing and how much staffing this might take. It was Mr. Jordan's idea. I don't know what you had in mind either, but.
Mayor Rouse, as I understand it, this would not be a Brown Act ad hoc committee. It would be 2 council members, possibly 3, working with staff. I actually think we would welcome the
Okay, very good.
participation. The county has created a elected leaders forum. However, that tends to be more information out than information in. So I think this would fill a gap and help us to have a better voice with the county.
Okay, very good. I agree, and I think it's a great idea. So, Mr. Jordan, you're one of them. And then Mr. Friedman, you want to be one, and Ms. Sneed, you want to be one. So there's 3 people. Okay. So we'll form whatever you want to call your little ad hoc committee is up to you, and meet on your schedule. But we would like reports back, and we would like I said, to be, like Mr. Jordan said, I think hearing more concise reports more frequently would probably be better and less less crazy for all of us, so that would be great, because we do like hearing from you guys. Ms. Bjork?
Mayor Rouse, one final item I just want to be clear with council. We will read the legislative platform and ensure that this item is clearly defined there. If not, we will quickly get it on a consent agenda for your approval, because we wouldn't want to have it be any question about it meeting your Brown Act obligations.
Thank you, and I would like to follow up Mr. Friedman's suggestion about the letter to the county on the Solutions Court.
That's exactly what I was speaking about, yes.
Okay, excellent. Okay, very good. Ms. Sneed, do you have something for, oh, you were good? Okay. I think that's it. There's no actions on this item. I think we took all the actions we're going to take for one night, didn't we, colleagues? Thank you very much for the report. Appreciate it. Are there any further public commenters that signed up? No, okay. And do we have any council committee assignment reports? Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I did attend the final redistricting meeting, which we saw the results of tonight. Attended the new officer swearing-in ceremony, and really a lot of you also were there. Several of us were, and just such impressive group of officers being sworn in. I did attend the Casa de la Raza history night that was put on by the Trust for Historic Preservation with our panelists, with our own Nicole Hernandez as well, and that was very informative. Ordinance Committee today, I don't believe I reported out on that yet. We heard proposed updates to municipal code to allow for electronic bidding and bidder pre-qualifications, which we unanimously supported this progress. And I'd like to close by wishing my sister a very happy birthday.
Very good. And yeah, did I forget to ask for an ordinance committee report today? I think I did. Or was it on the agenda? Anybody else? Committee consignment report? Everybody good? All right, we stand adjourned. Thank you.